This tweet says, I'm 5'6" tall and I'm 10 stone 10 pounds. We say how miles to the gallon. Who says that? Drunk people would say that. It doesn't make any sense. We say how miles to the gallon. Many, perhaps? I'll try it with that in it. We say how many miles to the gallon, yet we buy petrol by the litre. We buy pints of milk and beer, but buy carpet by the square metre. Time to choose one system and phase out the other. What a mess, says Chris in Stubbington, who is 5'6" tall and 10 stone 10 pounds. Have a salad once in a while, Chris. That's just a friendly suggestion. I mean that with the greatest respect. This says, bringing back imperial measures and crown marks on pint glasses is nostalgic and wholesome, so leave Boris alone. He's doing his best. Is this your best, Podge?
Yeah. Wait a minute.
That's a maybe. God, can you imagine if this is actually his best? We're all in great danger. I mean, let's hope, fingers crossed, that he's only, half attending to this particular job. That, he's got half of his attention on scoring for some hot Tory totty. Oh! And he's not really giving this, his full attention. He's got at least 50% in reserve, because if this is him doing his best, this entire country's in great danger.
Warning!
0345 6060 973. Bexhill. Hello, Susan.
Hello.
Susan.
I don't know whether you know or any of your callers know. I found it a bit confusing today about the travel.
Now, why would anybody that lives in somewhere as lovely as Bexhill want to go anywhere?
Because I'm here all the time and I want to go somewhere where we don't get rain and I want some sunshine.
Yeah, sunshine. Oh, I remember sunshine, yeah. I think it was banned by the European Union. Thank God we've left. No! Yeah. So what are the new rules on travel? That's an excellent question, Susan, and I'm glad that you asked me. I've no idea.
Oh, great. I knew I'd rung the right person.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. I think that if you promise to negotiate a trade deal with whichever country you're visiting, then it's perfectly fine. That's government business.
Oh, dear. Well, I don't think you can answer my question then, can you?
It's the right answer, yes. My answer to your question is, I don't know.
You don't know?
No.
Oh, all right then. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Susan. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
See, she didn't get the answer that she wanted, but she was considerate and polite at all times.
Be polite.
This says, well, knock me down with a feather, Nick. Pounds and ounces are coming back. Wait till the little darlings find out petrol is in gallons and over £5.
What?
It is frightening to think what petrol is in gallons. I mean, how much it is. I mean, it's £1.30 in litres now. God, it's almost as expensive what? It's almost as expensive as printer ink. It says, just think the food companies needing to buy new scales, etc. Yeah, of course. It's so utterly ridiculous. It's risible that grown-ups would throw this at us as a distraction. It's just beyond belief, really. I mean, this country has become an international laughingstock. And everything that the regime does seems to be intent on magnifying those laughs. I mean, the leaders of other countries must hold their heads in their hands. They must open up Twitter in the morning and think, I wonder what they've done today. This says, hi Nick, don't you think it's rather pointless doubling the amount of nuclear warheads we have unless we double the amount of nuclear missile submarines? Yeah, and I'm not sure it's a very good idea for anybody to buy advanced technical equipment from us. I mean, I refer you to the tanks debacle. Or anything at all, any major like engineering feat, be it computer or otherwise, but especially if there's a computer involved, because we can't get anything correct.
Correct.
If there's a computer involved. Hundreds of millions of pounds, billions, 27, 50, 100 billion pounds. We've got no idea anymore. We don't know how much these things cost because we use one of our own computers to work it out. And its answer is usually, yeah, does not compute. Yeah, that's right. We're going to pick a fight with China because America said so. Great news. You know, as long as we've got our sovereignty back. You're not putting any of the names on these tweets. I don't know who these nice people are. They're probably only, messaging me to have their names read out on the radio. Must do that. Otherwise, very, very rude. Impolite. Can you hear me? Hello? Is this thing on? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
That's a...
Yes.
Definitely. This one says, do you think the Insulate Britain protesters will be sat in the M25 if it's chucking down next week? I think not. Well, I'm not sure. I think that they're probably committed people, and they have a point. You know, people are chafing. I completely understand if you've got to go to work and you're not going to get paid that day if you don't get your goods to a certain place and you're parcel delivering and you've got you're a plumber and you said you'd be there at 8 a.m. and you absolutely always show up when you say. Right. Like if you're one of those plumbers that actually, shows up when you say you're going to show up. If such a person even exists, then I completely understand why you would be discombobulated and irate about the people gluing their face to the road in front of you. That doesn't seem like a very good idea, though. I mean, do you have to glue your face to the road? What was I saying? Oh, yeah. And you think, well, this is a bit inconvenient. Well, guess what else would be inconvenient? If London was up to its eyeballs in water. That would be inconvenient. It would be pretty inconvenient to have to transmit the whole of London to higher ground, wouldn't it? So shooting the messenger is not a good plan, but apparently it's the only plan we got. Saying I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna do that, don't worry about it at all. And so we don't. And they don't do anything other than saying I'm gonna. So I can completely understand. I mean, it's like those people with the end is nigh boards. Well, one day it will be, and then they'll be able to say I told you so. This says I'm going to Cumbria on Sunday for a week. Will I be getting wet at all? Says Chris. Well, it depends on whether you go outside, Chris. And Nick says, Nick, leave Glasgow alone. They're doing their best. Oh, dear. It's not necessary for me to even come in anymore. We could just get a robot to read out these messages.
Correct.
Right, so no doubt the ones from now on will have names appended to them. So don't worry about a thing. The people whose messages I've already read out, well, you get nothing. So I want to get into the answers and the pounds and so on. But as a general thing to think about, I don't normally do this, what other things should we bring back that would make us all feel better about this catastrophic clown show that appears to be have mistakenly stumbled into running the country? I mean, it is almost as though a van was just going around pubs at the end of the night and a group stumbled out the door and they got stuck in the van and now they're our government. I can't imagine how else it happened. A terrible accident has happened, Bodger.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
This says imperial measurements are European. They date back... Oh, God. Warning, everybody, it's a history lesson.
Boring.
Imperial measurements are European. They date back to Roman times. We still use the yard, the mile, the pint and the gallon anyway, so what's the big fuss about? Does it matter that we use both systems, metric and imperial, says Graham. I think you're missing the point, Graham. None of this has anything to do with imperial measurements, pounds or ounces or any of that. It's just another distraction bomb. You know, the newspaper stopped writing about Priti Patel spotting dinghies. and pushing them back out to sea and letting them drown. They led with that for a couple of days, but newspapers, they want new news. It's the first three letters that are important about the word news. And so they thought, well, we'll just chuck them something else. What else have we got? What stupid thing can we throw out there? Well, reshuffle the cabinet and put some towering incompetence in positions of great import, and that'll keep them occupied for a day. People will be spluttering their Horlicks all over their crumpets. And, but, that can't last forever. This country is used to having incompetence in positions of power. It won't be much news. So we'll chuck this at them. Oh, this will appeal to the oldsters. They'll love a bit of it. Anybody old enough to remember the imperial system? No. Because if you're old enough to remember the imperial system, then you're old enough to have forgotten pretty much everything you ever learned. Yes, let's not multiply and divide by 10, because what's easy about that? This whole world, the whole world's gone completely insane, but this particular part of it, just this weirdly shaped little island. A weirdly shaped little island run by a weirdly shaped people.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
I mean, that's not me imagining it, is it? They're all a bit weirdly shaped, aren't they? Almost like they're aliens trying to come off as human beings. And failing. I mean, there always seems to be something missing about their act. We see you. We see through this thin veneer of human civilization that you've coated yourself in, and it doesn't work. Maybe that seems just as decent an explanation for the position that we find ourselves in as anything else. The entire cabinet are actually aliens trying and failing to come off as human beings. That must be it. You think of another reason to explain it. This says we can set our global measurement initiative by declaring next year's Birmingham Commonwealth Games as metric-free and return to the 100-yard sprint and the traditional 1 mile, says Joe. Yeah, then we'll be free. The return of imperial measures. Thank God we won't have to ask for 0.568 of a litre at the bar anymore, says Sam in Red Hill. Is that a pint or is that half a pint? I'll have the full litre, please. This says, Nick, think what a stamp costs. It can't cost that, can it? 85p. A stamp doesn't cost 85p, does it? Can somebody check on that for me? Oh, there's nobody there. So, that's a no then.
No.
85p? Anyway, Penny in Southwark says, Nick, think what a stamp costs. 2 exclamation marks. Yeah, well, you got that right. 85p, which is a lot of dosh to post one letter, says Penny in Southwark. It can't possibly cost 85p to post a letter, does it? OK, here is the new news. The price of a first-class stamp will rise by 9p to 85 pence.
What?
The price of a second-class stamp will rise by 1p to 66. What's the point in having first class and second class? Just ditch the second class and get everything there quicker. Crying out loud. What do they do to a second class post that they don't do to first, or the other way around? I mean, what do they see the stamp and think, oh my God, I must rush this over immediately? What happens to a second class posted envelope that doesn't happen to a first one? Does anybody ever ask this question, or is it just me? I want to know what is the difference in treatment that a first-class stamped post thing getting all this screwed up. Can I start this show again?
No.
I want to know the difference between the treatment that a letter with a first-class stamp on gets that a second-class stamped letter doesn't. I mean, it's 19p difference. So what does that 19p get you? I bet it's nothing at all. It's like you're recycling. You dutifully change all your recycling, and you strip the plastic from the cardboard, and you put the cardboard in one bucket and the plastic in another bucket and the food in another one and the extra waste in another, and they collect the whole lot and then they just chuck it into a hole in the ground. That's probably about right, isn't it? They chuck it in a hole in the ground in China. So somebody must know the answer to that question. What does a first-class stamped envelope get that a second-class stamped envelope doesn't? What do you get for your extra money? But if you think about it, 85p ain't that bad. I mean, if I wrote a letter and I wanted it delivered to the other end of the country, just think, would you give somebody 85 pence to take it from you and deliver it to that place? Of course you would. So, kids...
Stop whining.
And you don't use letters anyway, so stop moaning about it, Penny. Let's have a call in East Yorkshire. Hello, Mike.
Hi, Nick. Are you well?
Yes, I am. Thanks.
Great. Brilliant start to the show tonight. So much has come up since you actually started. I mean, you were talking about gonna do and gonna do this, gonna do that. Did you notice Boris was going to build a bridge from Scotland to Ireland?
Yeah. Great idea, Bodge.
And that has been officially dropped.
Yeah.
So was it a dead cat when he introduced it or a dead cat when he abandoned it? It's a bit different. But this imperial thing is the biggest dead cat of Boris's career. Back in the 70s, my family had to change the dials on the scales to reflect metric.
Oh, yeah.
We were never, ever...
Drug dealers, were they?
No, potato dealers, actually. But
potatoes. The other drug, yeah.
Yeah, but, chips are great.
Aren't they just? I think chips have got drugs in them. I've said this so many times, and I'm absolutely right about this. I mean, just people thinking about chips has got their brains going all spangly. It's true, isn't it? You think about chips and you go, ooh, chips. There's nothing, there's no other food that does that to you, with the possible exception of pizza. But you think chips. I want chips. It's drugs, kids. Just say no. Well, just say no, thank you. I mean, good manners don't cost nothing, do they?
Be polite.
Yes, Mike.
But when they introduced this, it was never and has never been illegal to deal in pounds and ounces. What the government's latest thing is, can I just go back a bit? Right. What the EU introduced was that you had to offer an alternative of metric.
Yeah.
So you had to have a scale that showed both metric and imperial.
Yes.
And that hasn't changed. What the government's latest legislation that they say is taking us back to the good old days is saying that companies can now, or retailers, don't have to offer metric.
Yeah.
So they can only offer imperial. So they're offering us reduced choice.
Yeah. It's another Brexit bonus. Higher prices and reduced choice. It's what people voted for.
And the other thing, that if you think about this in reverse, on the Costa, you could go down to Spain and you could get a pint. The Spanish bars had by law to offer you the option of half a litre or a pint, but they could sell you pints if they wanted to. And we've been going down there buying pints for 50 years.
Every time you leave the country, you buy you say, I'll have a beer, and it comes in a glass. You've got no idea how much is in it. Doesn't really matter. You order a beer, they bring one to you, you drink it. If you want another one, you have another one. What difference does it make that it's in a pint glass, or it's got a crown on it, or any of these stupid things that the government seems to be obsessed about?
Absolutely dead cat stuff. Can I have another quickie?
Of course.
Go on then. The government reshuffle.
Oh. Yeah. It's like rearranging the deck chairs on the deck of the Titanic. Doesn't make any, never mind, you're still going in the same direction. Down.
But we have got a new one in. We've got Nadine Dorries coming in.
Great.
We're
saved.
Absolutely. She's anti-abortion. She's a Sarah Palin fanatic. She thinks she's great. She's anti-gay marriage. And she's been appointed in the role that she's got. I mean, for God's sake, if they want to go any more lightweight, they'll have to employ bloody helium balloons or something.
You may think that, Mike. I couldn't possibly comment, apart from saying you're absolutely right. That's the only comment I will make. Thanks a lot, Mike. 0345 6060 973. I can't believe that a first-class stamp costs 85 pence. When did that happen? And I insist on knowing what happens to a first-class stamped envelope that does not happen to a second-class one. I mean, what do they do with the second-class ones? Just throw them away. I mean, what kind of machine thinks, because it's all sorted by machine, isn't it? And so it comes across a second-class stamp and says, nah, and just ejects it out the door into the street. I mean, if the recipient happens to be passing this door at the time, they will receive the letter. Otherwise, fresh out of luck. I can't imagine what sort of procedure would delay or speed up, whichever is the case, the difference between a first and a second-class stamp. Why do they even have a second-class postage? I mean, what's the point of that? Just make it all 85p. Nobody's posting anything anyway. Apart from around Jesus' birthday, and then, half of the Amazon rainforest has to get cut down for us to send cards that will barely be read or appreciated by the people that we send them to, who, in many cases, won't remember who we are. Yeah, but apart from that, top of the season to you. This says, "Hi, Nick, have you got the weather forecast for Christmas yet?" No. But it'll be dark and cold and probably wet and damp. Let's have Chelmsford. Hello, Mark.
Oh, Nick, hi, man. How's it going?
Good, thanks.
That 85 pence for a first-class stamp, 17 shillings. 17 shillings
Wow.
for a first-class stamp? Give me a break. How things have changed.
Haven't they ever?
I just wanted to say, some people, I used to deliver water in tankers, and sometimes people wanted to fill their swimming pools. It cost them an arm and a leg, but it was guaranteed quality drinking water. But they'd do it in cubic feet, and then convert it to gallons, and then they'd order the tankers. And I'd come and pump it in, and it'd be about 2 feet in the bottom of their swimming pool. Because they say, well, hang on a minute. And I just used to pace it out. Look, 3 metres by 5 metres, 2 metres deep, you're going to need 30,000 litres, man. It's just so simple. And all the time, they're trying to convert cubic feet to... Oh, I tell you, it was a nightmare. A nightmare.
Just let children in that 2 feet of a pool, and pretty soon, what with them not wanting to get up and go to the loo, that pool will be full to the brim.
And how about that terrible Liz Truss being in charge of? Oh dear, honestly.
Everything. Well, I'll get to that later, but I mean,
country's gone to the dogs, man.
Good grief! It really has. It only took him two short years, and he's dismantled this entire country into its constituent parts and sold it off for scrap. This says, "Hi Nick, Boris's Weights and Measures is a Brexit smokescreen. Food shortages, HGV drivers, Irish protocol, don't have to worry, you've got a crown on your pint," says Chris. Yes. Yes. Did I say thanks, Mark? I appreciate it. Thanks, Mark. This says, "Impressed with the announcement regarding the 10-year submarine building plan. 10 years, by which time China will have built another planet," says Chris. Yeah, that's right. They got the Death Star under construction. A nuclear submarine. I mean, for crying out loud. That's what Australia needs, nuclear weapons. Who's going to invade Australia? There's nothing there. This says, "Is it too early to wish you a happy birthday, Nick?" says Paul. Yeah, well, no, not really. Only 50 weeks to go. Plymouth. Let's see if this chap's ready now. Yes, Mark? Oh, my God. No, you're not.
Hello.
Yes,
Hi.
there you are.
Sorry, my phone was playing up. I think Boris Johnson's taken over the network. Yeah, I'd just like to say, I think one of the things about the imperial system, I think Boris Johnson is doing it to keep his electorate happy, because a lot of people over the age of 65 will love it, getting rid of the old metric, won't they?
Will they, though? I mean, it's all a dim, distant memory, and it's very, very complicated. I mean, you divide by 12 and you multiply by 16, and it's not easy for people who haven't, kept up the mental arithmetic.
Maybe you're right. Maybe it'll take so long to work it out. We won't concentrate on anything else he's doing for the next 2 years.
Yeah, that's right.
He'll sneak in again. He'll sneak in again.
Yeah.
No, we've done it again.
We'll be busy carrying the one and multiplying by 12 to notice what they're up to. Yeah.
He is a frightening mess, really. He's the sort of person who would turn up. I can only see him turning up at a children's party as a clown. That's the only person that I could.
Yeah.
The only persona that fits.
Yeah, he would turn
Even
up as
then
a
he'd have
clown,
problems, mate.
and then all the kids would run screaming for the doors.
I'm beside myself. What worries me is the amount of money that we've spent and where it's all gone. And unfortunately, I think a lot of people some people in certain places have done very, very well out of this pandemic on a serious note, really, as well.
There's no better time outside of war for for vast amounts of public money to be transferred into the bank accounts of whichever shady character happens to loom over the horizon.
Yeah, it's depressing, really.
It is really depressing.
I'm trying to stay positive.
Well, I know it's difficult.
Getting harder the older I get.
I think the constant smirking by the members of the regime indicate that they know they're getting away with it.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I'd love to be a fly on the wall. Not in Matt Hancock's office, but I'd like to be a fly on the wall generally, just to pick up on some of the conversations they really have. I bet you they must be laughing all the way to the bank and laughing at us, because how they get away with it, I don't know.
I think that they wake up in the morning on a daily basis and think, what can we do to them today? What amusements can we chuck out? And the press are going to go berserk about, and then they'll concentrate on that for a day, and then we can come up with something for them tomorrow. And today it's the imperial measure, because they've stopped dinghy spotting for a couple of days. Just for a couple of days while we concentrate on this nonsense.
Well, it's almost, they remind me of a private sector organisation that is worse, just trying to sell us stuff all the time, really, and spin this and spin that. It's not really politics, really, for the benefit of the people. It's to keep the top 3 or 4 or 5% happy, and the rest of it, well, it's just smoke and mirrors, really.
I don't think it's the top 3 or 4%. I think it's the top 0.1% they're most concerned about.
You're probably right. Yeah, you're probably right, actually. You're probably right, yeah.
Those are the ones with the money, honey.
Honey, yeah.
All right.
As well.
Thanks a lot, Mark. Cheers, mate.
Nick.
Chin up. It might never have... Oh, no, that's right. It already has. I demand to know what the difference in treatment for an envelope with a first-class stamp and a second-class stamp is. What does paying the extra 19p actually get you? I mean, I can't imagine how luxurious a treatment a first-class stamp will afford an envelope. It probably gets carried around on a velvet cushion by a uniformed butler. It'll have the first. It will have the menu of its choice rather than just whatever they've got on the tray, and unlimited alcohol probably during the course of its journey. God, it'd be marvellous. Let's have a call in Belsize Park. Judy.
Hello.
Judy.
I phoned to explain about the first and second class.
Ah.
Because I'm a very logical person, and there is only one way this can possibly work.
Right, so, wait a minute. So you're just making it up?
No. All right, somebody from the post office ring in and contradict me.
Right.
There's only one way it could have worked. That was on day one when it was introduced. Mm-hmm. So the first day it was introduced, all the posts came in. The first class was sent on its way, and the second class was put in a box and held back. The second day, all the posts came in. The first class was sent on its way.
Yeah.
The second class was put in a box and held back.
Right.
And the second class from yesterday was brought out of its box and sent on its way with today's first class. And that is why the first class arrives on the day after, and the second class arrives 2 days after.
Judy, how big is this box that they're putting all these...
Well, they're big boxes.
Big.
Probably, but that is the only way it can work. There is no other way, is it? Think about it carefully.
I certainly will do nothing of the sort.
No, all right, but does what I've said. The only way that could have worked was on day one.
Right.
after that, they are forever bringing out second class that they've set aside. They've had to sort them out,
Right.
separate them, and then put them aside and bring out the second class that they had put aside that came in with the other first class.
Yeah.
There ain't no other way.
There must be another way. That can't possibly be it.
Well, if that's not it, I challenge, do we have anyone in charge of the postal system in this country?
No, I don't think so.
I can't keep up with the MPs
me neither.
shuffling.
No, I don't think anybody's in charge of anything anymore.
No, well, I just wondered. That's only my thought. So
Maybe it's part of Michael Gove's new duties.
Please, language. Can I also ask you something which I didn't run past your glamorous assistant?
Oh, no.
About imperial measure that you don't believe in.
Yes.
What's your shoe size?
It's one higher than my IQ.
What is your shoe size? I bet you do it as 10, 11 or 12. You do not do 38, 39, 40 or 40-something.
Well,
what's your shoe size?
Well, Judy...
what is your shoe size?
Well, I'll counter that, Judy. What measurements do you buy cocaine in?
I'm not telling you things like that on the phone. What is your shoe size?
It's grams, isn't it, Judy?
You
Guilty!
Don't know, do you? You won't tell me because you only know it in an imperial measure.
44.
You've looked that up.
No, I haven't.
You
most certainly have done nothing of the sort.
I'm going to be more personal. What's your inside leg measurement?
Medium.
You're lying.
I'm not.
You do both of those imperial, don't you?
Well, some things are in imperial, and some things are. But we run our economy on the metric system because it's the only thing that makes any sense.
Well, I still, I'm so old. I remember pound, shillings, and pence perfectly, and that's
how many groats to the furlong?
How many groats is a furlong?
Yeah,
you can't have groats and furlongs.
Oh, I'm sorry, you lose. You fail this test. The correct number is 8.
You're telling fibs again. You're telling fibs all the time.
Well, then I guess I could be the Prime Minister of this country.
Yes. That's the first honest thing you've said.
I've ever said.
That is brilliant.
I'll start first thing Monday. Well, Monday afternoon. Well, Tuesday. Can I start on Wednesday?
Yeah.
Let's skip next week and I'll start the week after. How does that sound?
Not before 11 o'clock in the morning.
No.
Right. Perfect.
That's right. I've got very strict rules about that.
And remember, darling, I don't work before 10 in the morning and never after 4:30 in the afternoon.
As long as that is understood, I'll be there first thing. First thing, week on Monday.
Perfect. And the whole country will vote for you.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks, Judy. Keep your eyes
you.
peeled. Cheers, my dear. 0345 6060 973. Well, and I mean this with the greatest respect, Judy. I've never heard such a load of old rubbish in all my life. What's the difference between the treatment that an envelope with a first-class stamp on it gets, between the difference... I cannot do this sentence. What is the difference between a first and second-class stamp in the way that those envelopes are treated? Hello? Is this thing on? I need to know. Or is it just... it all gets treated the same? I suspect that it all gets treated the same. I mean, how would they delay it? By what method would they... or speed up? They would probably call it. They would speed up the service. But how? What happens to it that gets it to where it's going much more quickly? This one says, the government will do something about climate change once they've worked out how to earn their mates a load of money from it, says Mark in Slough, who has put himself on Priti Patel's radar, that's for sure. Well, pass on your number, Mark. This says, Nick, Boris has done something right this week. He's got rid of Gavin Williamson. What do you think about that, Gav? How will we do without him? I think this country has become better just with his absence.
I just reckon we've got the very best people in this country, much better than the French have, much better than the Belgians have, much better than the Americans have. That doesn't surprise me at all because we're a much better country than every single one of them.
How will we do without that level of expertise? God. I mean, this is just embarrassing, isn't it? Is anybody else embarrassed apart from me? Just me. This says, "Hi, Nick. Instead of picking a fight with China, why don't we send the Queen over there for one last-ditch effort of sovereignty and waving and the smiling? Just a thought," says Chris. Yeah, we're going to pass on your number too, Chris. Prepare for the close attention of Prissy Patel. Right, here is an important call in Thames Ditton. Hello, Jeff.
Hey there, Nick.
Jeff.
First-time caller, long-time listener. Great show.
Thanks.
I agree with you that this is obviously the metric imperial thing's a smokescreen for all the Brexit problems. But as Nigel Farage backed up Boris the other day, it was a move away from giving the Napoleonic metric system, and that Brexit is making us more British.
Oh, God.
Now, the thing there is...
Brexit, did he actually say that? Brexit is making us more British. Did he actually say that?
I do believe so. I've been Googling it to get the exact quote, but he was backing up Boris on the whole imperial thing when he made the comments. Now, the thing is, and it was true, it did come out, the meter did come out in Napoleonic times, but an English bishop called John Wilkins, who wasn't really a crackpot, he was just confused by the imperial system, because in 1688, he presented a book to the Royal Society, which he was actually one of the founders of, for a decimal metric system, part of a universal measure, because he just didn't call it a meter. He called it the decimal metric system.
Right.
So it's British. The metric system is actually British, which is kind of ironic if you think about it.
Yeah. Isn't it ironic? We'll stick it in that song with all those other things that she mentions that aren't actually ironic at all. It's ironic that she wrote a song about a list of things that aren't ironic. Never mind.
It's just...
So there's a little bit of history there. History, people. It was a historical call.
Boring.
But it'll probably come out next week as hashtag Duff History, if you know what I mean.
Right. Okay.
It's just ironic that we actually invented
it in the first place. Yeah, never mind.
Almost 100 years before the French did.
Right. Okay. All right, that means that we win the war.
I'll bring us into war.
I still can't believe that he didn't bring us into war. All right, thanks for the good news there, Jeff. We're not going back to the imperial system. Nobody will. I have detailed files, but I want to take this call and I'll get into it. This is about stamps. I have an expert on the phone, if you can believe that. Upminster. Hello, Keith.
Hello, Nick.
Keith.
Okay, I worked in a postal sorter office for a few months. So I know on what they call the primary sorting, when they empty the mail bags that come out the post boxes and things, there are 2 conveyor belts in front of a line of about 10 or 15 people, and you have to put the letters the right way up, make sure they actually got a stamp on them, and then you put the first class on one belt. International also goes on the first class belt. Second class goes on a different belt, and anything that's too big to go through a machine, like, say, something's got a birthday card with a badge on the front of it, or something that's obviously got a pen in it, or something that won't go through an electrical sorting machine, that has to go into a box to be manually sorted afterwards. So
this sounds like you're describing something that used to take place in the 1960s. Really? People are taking the bags and sorting them out by hand?
They have to do the first bit of it by hand. Before the mail goes into the actual stamping machines, where they read the postcodes, they've actually got things called optical character readers that can actually read most postcodes and can do as long as it's not like spidery writing, they can actually read the postcodes in these machines.
So it gets sorted by a robot.
Correct.
But the very first bit, what they call I think it's called a facing table, and everything has to be put the right way up with a stamp at the top, and the first class and international goes on one belt, second class goes on a different belt, and there's actually a third class of mail as well. When mail comes into there's like stuff that you probably see it, they call mail salt, and some of these third party things like telephone bills and gas bills.
Telephone bills. Yeah, we
They
don't want
actually-
those. You can get rid of those. Just chuck them
They
away.
actually go third. They actually go third class now, or some of the postmen actually call that third class. So the first class mail, they will aim to get it out on the day. If there's enough space in the lorry, then they may put some second class on as well. If they've had, but second class otherwise is sorted the following day.
So that woman that I was talking to a little while ago was pretty much right. That you hold the second class back for a day, and then it goes out the next day with.
It might not be day. It might be 12 hours. Might be 8 hours. But the first class is prioritised, and obviously international mail as well. And if they can fit the second class in, it will go the same day. Otherwise, it will go the next day.
It just seems so old-fashioned a way to do it. I just thought it all came in, all get put in a machine, and the machine knew what to do, and it squirts out the end of the machine and right up your letterbox.
The very first bit before it goes in the machine, it has to be put the right way up and the right way round, so that the machine can actually see there's a stamp on it.
I am
Can
stunned.
I just briefly talk to you about metric for a second, Nick, as well?
Okay.
Okay, when was the last time you wanted to have a penny or a 2p bit?
Never.
I mean, yeah. So a 5p is a shilling, isn't it?
Is it?
If you remember that. So why don't we just bring back the shillings? This is only a semi-silly idea, but if we called 5p shillings again, I mean, I'm surprised Boris hasn't thought of this. We call a 5p a shilling, and we'll get rid of all the copper coins. So we'll have pounds and shillings.
But, he does speak in old money. You remember when we, just before our glorious exit from the evil European overlords, they were desperately trying to get Big Ben to bong our exit. Right. And Boris Johnson's phrase was, bung a bob, which is 10p, right?
5p.
Is it?
Bob was 5p.
Right, whatever. 5p. Bung a
It was
bob.
20 shillings to the pound, so 5p is 1/20th.
Right, see,
I
how
know you're not
ridiculous-
that great on the maths. but
How ridiculous is that? Multiply by 20. I mean, do me a
20.
favour.
5 times 20 is 100.
I don't think so.
I think.
There's
Oh, okay.
absolutely no
I probably
way.
got that wrong.
There's no way of proving that. But his phrase was "bung a bob for Big Ben's bong," in order to ingratiate himself with the oldsters who can remember back that far.
Yeah, well, I'm a couple of years older than you, Nick. Only a couple.
Can you remember anything?
I was at school when they had Saturday morning pictures when they changed over to decimal currency in 1971. I was about 12 years old in 1971.
Oh, yeah. What were you seeing?
Oh, I can't remember now.
Were you-
I know the old Saturday morning pictures I used to go to now are Lidl's, but they knocked down the cinema and made it a bingo hall. First it was a bingo hall and then it became a Lidl's, but that's another story.
Right. They,
Okay, Nick.
All right, thanks
All
a lot, mate. Cheers. 0345 6060 973. It was fresh out of material and he knew it was time to go. Yeah, they paid Paradise and put up a parking lot. They knocked down your cinema and put up a Lidl's there. Yeah, I remember Saturday morning pictures. That was great. We all had to sing at the beginning, and some sort of company song, like we were in China. It wasn't Odeon, it was something else. It was like, I think it was to the tune of Mickey Mouse. It was something like O-D-E-A-N-O. And we had to sing the name of the cinema that we were in, which seems a bit, I don't know, insidious, come to think of it. But we loved it. Chucking popcorn about, our strawberry mivies dripping down our shirts. Oh, the good old days. 0345 6060 973. This says, hi Nick, instead of picking up oh no, I've done that. This says, too controversial to say bring back Tony, as in Blair. Is it too controversial to say bring back Tony Blair? Well, let's think about that for a second.
Yes.
Yes, it is. You don't have to go back to the past. Let's move forward. But we don't seem to be a forward-thinking country. We seem to be just obsessed with living in the past. Like Jethro Tull.
Rock and roll!
This is one thing I should definitely bring back, if I could, is Jeremy Corbyn. That's what this country needs, says Mujahid. Right. Well, I'm not sure that you get too many people agreeing with you, although some of Jeremy Corbyn's opinions and ideas are perfectly valid and quite popular. And up until the point that you tell people that these are Jeremy Corbyn's opinions. And then they say, start running away. And this says, Nick, I've got a drawer full of old halfpennies, farthings, threepenny bits and tanners. So good news at last from the Bodge, says Jim or Jim Hassocks. I don't know whether that's his full name or it's Jim in Hassocks. Yeah, old halfpennies. Well, the old pennies, I mean, they used to be absolutely gigantic. They were the size of manhole covers, the old pennies. Why did something that was worth so little take up so much space? I mean, at least the change got that right, that pennies were the smallest. Did we used to have a half p? Was there a thing called a half p? Did we have a penny? Did we have a half p when they first came in? I don't even remember that. Seems hard to believe that there was a coin smaller than our current penny. By the way, all cash is out. I've got detailed files about that as well. Forces of evil are afoot, and they're taking your money away. You'll miss it when it's gone. Kevin from Newtown in mid-Wales, which is very specific, says, my father-in-law, brackets 78, who is a staunch Brexiter, truly believes that the imperial measurement makes perfect sense. When I ask him why, he says, it's British, and that's all that matters. I say, but I'm 52 and I don't understand it. He says, you lost, now learn it. Kevin, your father-in-law's an idiot, and I mean that with the greatest respect. If your other half insists that you invite him to Christmas dinner, send the invite second class. I understand that the post office just throws those away. 0345 6060 973. Let's have, it's been waiting the longest, Sutton. Hello, Seema.
Hello.
Seema.
The post office don't throw them away. They put them onto the Chuggabug. The Chuggabug takes the second class and Turbo Terrific takes the first class.
Ah, Peter Perfect in the Turbo Terrific. He takes all the first class.
Yeah.
Right, and the Fat Bear in the Arkansas Chuggabug.
Right, and then the Menace and his dog take the UPS stuff.
The Menace. What's his name again?
It's not Dennis the Menace, is it?
No, it's not. It's, what's the name of the bad guy?
God, there's Dick Dastardly.
Dick Dastardly and his sidekick Muttley.
And there's Muttley,
Yes.
I know. I fancy myself as Penelope Pitstop, actually.
Seema, you would look fantastic in a huge pink car. Do you mind if I say that?
Thank you. I shall go and buy myself one.
Yeah, I would do that straight away.
Thanks, Nick.
Okay,
Take
cheers,
care.
Seema. 0345 6060 973. And they're off to a standing start. This says, hi, Nick, I've got a great idea. Let's get Bodger's Waffen Squirter 9000 and skittle the protesters down the... down the M25, and Pretty Patel can use them to squirt the dinghies back into France. Says Paul Wilson. Full name, Paul Wilson. Thank you. Yes. That Waffen Squirter 9000, that's going to come in very useful. It's a shame that Theresa May made Bodger sell them back to the Germans. No! Going to hose those protesters off the pavements. And particularly the roads. But like I said before, a small inconvenience to your day is as nothing compared to the consequence of the thing that those protesters are warning you about. Because if we have to move cities to higher ground, then will come inconvenience. And if the water levels rise considerably, then every city and town near water is going to be in trouble. And that's trouble because every city and town is near water. Pretty much all of them. I mean, that's why most cities and towns are where they are, because of their proximity to water. So, yeah, when we're all teetering on our tiptoes, trying to squeeze into some higher ground, probably up a Welsh hill, then you can talk about inconvenience, about being 30 minutes late for your appointment because some eco-warriors have glued themselves to the road in front of you on the M25. I just don't think gluing your face to the road is a good idea. There, I've said it. 0345 6060 973, Vancouver. Hello, Nick.
Oh, hello, Nick.
Nick.
I can remember calling you 3 or 4 years ago and us having a good laugh about the ridiculous idea. And it was a joke at the time that the next step on the road to Brexit would to be bring back imperial measurements.
Yeah.
Never did in my wildest dreams did I think even the British public schools could come up with someone so stupid to actually do that, and thus destroy British manufacturing's ability to sell products to the rest of the world, which almost none of which are imperial.
Well, see, this is the thing, is this is why it's a complete non-news story. It's just, they just lazily chucked this out to amuse us or to distract us for a couple of hours or a couple of days. It doesn't really matter how long, because they'll have another thing up their sleeve to distract us when the air seeps out of this balloon. No one is going to be conducting their business in imperial measurements. No one. Apart from perhaps one bloke who still runs a grocer's shop up the high street in some out-of-the-way, long-forgotten place, who should have retired decades ago, but he couldn't because of Tory austerity.
It is remarkably obtuse. I've been arguing with people online, obviously on the Daily Express, because why not? And I have been trying to explain to people in Britain that the US doesn't use imperial either. They have their own arcane system.
Exactly. Our imperial and their imperial are totally different. So our imperial only works here and in 2 places on the map outside of America that are so small, I don't even know what they're called. I can't remember what they're called. Can you?
No. Being in Canada, we do a lot of... we are a metric country that deals with the US. And so when you buy butter in Canada, it comes in 454 gram packs, because the machines that are made to pack butter are made for the US market, because you've got to fit your products onto their shelves.
Right.
It's all designed for their system.
Yes.
And so therefore we have a sort of odd system here of metric labeling on what are basically American imperial packaging, unless it's not sold to the US, in which case it comes strictly in metric kind of thing. But it is a bit of a cocked up system that costs Canadian manufacturers quite a bit, because quite often they have to make 2 packaging sizes, one for the US and one for Canada. And I don't think people in Britain realise, those that are even going on about how wonderful it is, and, well, don't worry, it's just labels. No, it's more than labels. You have to have different sized boxes and different sized trucks to carry the different sized boxes in.
Well, here's the thing:
different sized shelves.
You need people from Weights and Measures to come around and check that what you're putting on the front of your packet is actually the truth. And we don't have any of those people, so none of this would work, apart from, as I said, some bloke who should have retired maybe 20 years ago, still desperately trying to run a grocer's shop up the high street in some forgotten out-of-the-way place, who will be delighted to sell you apples by the pound. And that's it. No one else will use it. And it's because it's not for use, it's just a distraction bomb. Another one of these, what would Donald Trump do things.
I'm sure it'll take the Brexiteers' mind off the fact that their pensions are about to be destroyed, which is the real problem that Boris has right now, is the triple lock's gone bye-bye. Yeah, well, I think that the evidence shows that people over the age of 65 will vote Conservative, regardless of what the Conservative Party actually does to them. They seem to be unmoved. They just won't change.
So he knows that he can do pretty much anything he wants. It's those old Labour supporters that lent, in inverted commas, lent him their votes last time around. Those are the people he has to be worried about. But as long as he can just shout Brexit, get Brexit done, and then they'll just all fall in a line again. Thanks, Nick. Got any predictions for the next 3 years, by the way?
I don't know. I'll retire to a firkin of ale and try and work out what's going to happen.
Right.
But it's not going to be good, whatever it is.
Well, as long as you order it by the pint and not by the litre. Thanks, Nick. Nobody really cares about what the precise... I mean, I buy milk in the big ones. I don't go and think, I must buy milk in the... I don't even know what the measurement is. I mean, is it 2 litres? I think it's not. I think it's a weird measurement, isn't it? But I don't go by the thing that's printed on the outside. I just recognise the shape of it, just like everybody else. I don't know if I can get into it. I don't know. Do I have the energy to start that now? Because I do have detailed files. Maybe I'll wait till tomorrow. Stephen Upminster says, so Bodger wants to advance us to 1824 and bring back British weights and measures, so we'll have ounces, gills, pecks, quarts and gallons. If you get them in order, you get extra pints. Oh, really?
If you get it in order, you get extra points.
Extra pints for getting it in order. Booze. 0345 6060 973. Finchley. Hello, Sarah.
Oh, hello. I wasn't sure if I had been disconnected. Incidentally, before I say what I was going to say...
You've rung up already, Sarah.
Bad news. No, before I say what I was going to say, you said about the sea levels rising, and we've got a flat in Israel about 50 yards from the sea in Tel Aviv, so I think I should be worried. Do I have to be worried? I suppose I do.
I would say so, yes.
Because it's going to be all over the world, isn't it?
That's the thing with seas. They're all sort of connected.
Yes. I don't know whether you've ever had a programme, or at least an hour, kind of going down memory lane about food, that you were being a bit nostalgic when you were talking about pints and litres and various things. So I just wondered if, as a one-off, if I can just ask, to just sort of mention 3 things that I've missed ever since the 1950s, the food.
Ever since the 1950s? Well, food in the 1950s was absolutely awful.
No. These 3 things, I wanted to...
Everything was boiled to mush and utterly tasteless.
Well, maybe you never had any of these, but one was, does anyone remember Fuller's walnut layer cake, which was like no other cake you could buy in a shop? It was like the most gorgeous cake you can buy from a proper baker's, and it had a lovely icing.
I seriously doubt that. That sounds like the sort of memory of a person that never ate any other cake.
No, it was gorgeous. We loved it in the family. We had it on special occasions. It was like how a walnut layer cake should be, but with an icing on the outside and gorgeous.
Okay,
the other thing was Walker's potato puffs, which were nicer than any crisps that anyone has ever had, and you can't get those. And the other thing, does anyone remember Nux bars? Because I have looked online to see if there's anywhere still selling them.
Nux bars?
Nux bars had a kind of chewy toffee in the middle, and then a kind of nougat-y thing, and then a layer of something else, and then chocolate, and then nuts.
That's far too many things to be on one biscuit.
I know, it was gorgeous. I bet you somebody out there will love Nux bars in the way that I did.
Spell Nux.
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 Yeah, and apropos of that, there is... I haven't been. There's a wonderful museum in Gloucestershire called the Museum of Packaging, but they've got all the things that have now disappeared, but only maybe the packaging. But it's very interesting if people have got nothing else to do and want to go down memory lane.
Yeah, why not?
But I haven't been there yet.
It's not like this is a forward go-ahead country. We're just paddling around our recent past.
That's right. But can we have a programme one day, for at least an hour, where people can ring in with foods that don't exist anymore?
Absolutely.
Oh, right.
Sarah. But thanks for asking.
Okay.
Cheers, my dear.
Maybe someone will back me up.
Oh, sure. But maybe on another show. But thanks.
Okay.
Cheers.
Okay.
Ta-da. 0345 6060 973. Do you remember chocolate yoghurt used to come with a layer of chocolate on the top? Ooh. Why don't they do that anymore? You used to have to break through a solid layer of chocolate to get to the chocolate yoghurt. I used to love that. Why don't they make that anymore? Do they still make strawberry mivis? How about funny faces or rockets? Do they make them anymore? If not, why not? This says, for some reason, I can only think in stones and pounds, not grams and kilograms. The rest is fine. I once asked for 1 kilogram of parsley when I was in France, many moons ago. I'm old enough to remember the mental struggle of crossing from imperial to metric. Lots of sums and telling off in class, says Angie in Worcester. Angie, pay attention. People don't buy stuff like that, though. You see a packet, you think, yes, that's the size of packet I want. You don't read how many grams are on it, or ounces, or pounds, or anything like that. You pick it up, it's 6 apples, I've got no idea how much it weighs, I'll have that. It's just such nonsense. And it will exercise people. I mean, people get... that word fury will come out. Always with the tabloid press and the word fury. Fury as people realise sun rises in east. It's their favourite word. And it never is reporting correctly on that emotion, because no one is ever furious about any of the things that they say that they're furious about. Fury as Coronation Street ends after only 28 minutes. No one's furious about that. And no one's furious about the disappearance of the imperial measurement system at all. No one. And no one's old enough to have not... Well, even if you're old enough to still remember all of that folderol, you can't possibly still have all that in mind and it be as easy for you to remember as metric, which is multiplications of 10. Doesn't get any easier than that. It's just so idiotic. It's just so obvious as well. It's just a distraction. Just think, any time that the government does or says anything, just think of it through the filter, what would Donald Trump do? Donald Trump would throw some insane distraction bomb out of his window as he flies by, and you can savage that for a while, which totally takes the mind off the catastrophic clown show that we got running the shop. Wallingham. Hello, Jean.
Hello. You were asking if somebody knew if there was anything smaller than a penny.
Yes.
There was a halfpenny, or a halfpenny, as we called it, and there was a farthing.
Now, the old halfpenny used to be a coin that is about as big as our current 10p piece.
That's right. And then there was a small farthing.
I don't remember that.
Well, the smallest thing was a farthing, then a halfpenny, then a penny, then a threepenny piece.
Oh, they were my favourite.
Then a silver sixpence.
Yeah, I like those too.
Then a shilling.
Well, I never saw one of those.
A shilling, 2 shillings, half a crown, which was 2 and 6pence. And there was no 50 pence piece or anything. Then you went straight from 2 and 6pence to a pound, which was a pound note, a 10 shilling note, then a pound note.
Paper, that's right, actual paper
yes.
money, yes.
The only other thing that was a coin was a guinea.
Now, what was a guinea again?
A guinea was 21 shillings.
Which is what?
Which is a pound and 20p.
Is what? Yeah, something like that. £1.20. Yeah.
Yes.
So this is what you're missing, kids. We used to have coins that were £1.20 or some stupid
I
thing
used
like
to
that.
get, when I was a child, a halfpenny as my pocket money.
Right.
And I could get 2 buttermilk dainties for that.
You could get what now?
2 buttermilk dainties, which were lovely big toffees. They haven't made them for years and years and years. But you could get a pound of sweeties.
Right.
For 2pence, for 2 pennies.
You could go and get your messages.
Exactly. You could indeed.
Yes. And you'd get Ur Willie when you were down there. Huh? And the Bruins.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah.
But I had to get myself out of the way when I was shopping, when this new system came in, the new money, because it was so expensive. If you thought about it, if something was 50p, I kept thinking, that's 50p for that small loaf.
10 shillings.
10 shillings.
Yeah, exactly. And what was the name of that snack that you used to get?
I used to get it with sweeties, and I used to get 2 buttermilk dainties.
Buttermilk dainty. That sounds like a contestant on Strictly Come Dancing. A buttermilk dainty?
Yeah. Well, I'm 91, so I remember all that money.
91 years old. Okay.
Yes.
Nice talking to you, Jean. Cheers, my dear.
Thank you very much for taking my call.
All right. Thank you for making your call.
Thank you.
0345 6060 973. I could do with a couple of pints of buttermilk dainties right now, as a matter of fact. Booze. Stick some vodka in it. Ready to go. This says, I have a theory. I've had a theory for a long time that Tories hatch out of eggs. Possibly grown in Mordor, says Sandra. Yes. Stupid fat hobbit. I wonder if future Acts of Parliament will be printed on good old imperial quarto or foolscap parchment instead of that nasty EU metric A4 parchment, says Mike. A4? Boo! This says, I tried baking with the imperial cups today and I couldn't get a handle on it, says Rosemary. Is that a joke? Is that a joke about imperial cups not having any handles? I hope so, because otherwise it's it's too boring to read out. But thanks for that, Rosemary. Unless it was an attempt at a joke, in which case you don't get any thanks from me. This says, if everyone refused to buy first-class stamps, surely second would become first after a couple of days. Just saying, says John in Gravesend. Lee in Hanwell says, I was in the post office yesterday. They said the delivery time for first class is 1 to 3 days. On the post office website, it clearly states second class is 2 to 3 days. The difference seems negligible and not worth the extra 19p. In my opinion, yours sincerely, Lee. This says, my dad was a postman for 20 years and I asked the same question once. He said, there is no difference in treatment of first and second class letters, says Ricky in Leamington Spa. That can't be true. This one says, there's absolutely no difference between first and second class stamps. I posted a form on a Thursday and I thought I might as well put a second class stamp on as I'd missed the 5 p.m. post from the postbox, so it wasn't going to get collected until Friday and then would have been delivered not until Monday. Well, lo and behold, I received an email on the Friday thanking me for my signed form. Moral of the story, do not play for first-class stamps. Thanks, Paula in Goffs Oak. And finally, for the moment, on this, this says, the postman salutes the first-class letter as it's dropped through the letterbox, says David in Nottingham. There you are. You see, I knew it was something. Let's have York. Hello, Jan.
Hello, Nick. How are you?
I'm great, mate.
Good. One of your callers mentioned Nux bars.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, they were made by Roundtrees, and one of my aunties used to work there and often used to bring them home. They used to get what they called waste, if it wasn't perfect.
Right. She nicked them, in other words.
No. It was quite legitimate,
Right. I think we've got a confessing to a crime here.
No. No, they called it waste, and if anything was imperfect, they used to be able to buy it cheaply.
Right.
And, I remember Nux bars were lovely.
What was in them?
Well, all sorts of bits, Sounds
Bits?
awful, but, What,
scrapings? Oh, God.
No, nutty and caramelly, and they were really nice.
It sounds like the waste from other biscuits, just crammed into one biscuit, doesn't it? Is it a biscuit or a cake?
Well, it was a biscuity chocolate bar.
Oh.
I would call it. They were lovely. I don't know why they stopped making them.
Why did they stop making them?
I don't know. They often do stop making good ones, don't they, you know? Do you remember...
you could say that about people as well.
Yeah.
They stopped making all of the good ones, and now we're being run by the remainders.
Yeah. Wait.
The scrapings.
Yeah, out of the remainder bin.
Yes.
Do you remember tipping bars?
Chicken?
Tipping, Tiffin.
They made a chocolate bar out of chickens? Oh, my God.
Come on, be serious. Tiffin?
No.
Do you not remember?
I don't, no.
Oh, they were nice as well. I don't know who made those, though. They were lovely.
It wasn't one of those racist biscuits, was it?
Racist? How could it be racist? Come on.
Jan, since you came on, this show's turned silly. Have you noticed that?
Sorry about that.
Well, you should sort yourself out, because it's not good enough. It really isn't.
I just thought I'd help that lady, you know.
Ah, right. Nux bars, yeah. Well,
made by Roundtrees.
Right.
But no longer.
No longer.
No,
and what
not
was it?
Anymore.
And what was in them? Scrapings.
All sorts of bits, yeah.
Yeah, bits. Well, that's the way you describe it. All sorts of bits. That just sounds absolutely lovely.
Well, they were. Yeah, they were lovely.
Right.
Yeah.
And what about that other thing, that banana, that walnut layer cake that she was talking about?
Oh, I've never heard of that.
No, I'd never heard of that either. I think she was making it up. All right. Well, as soon as you get a, like a fun-sized bag of imperfect bits, I want you to let me know straight away, Jan. And I'll be around with a cup of tea. All right.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Cheers, my dear. It's a date.
All right, then.
Ta-da. 0345 6060 973. This says, letters with first-class stamps are stored in a warehouse where they play Bruce Springsteen, and letters with second-class stamps are stored at a warehouse where they play Bryan Adams, says Andy in York.
Rock and roll!
I didn't know that. Huh. A sort of second-class Bruce Springsteen, you mean? Right. See, now, I wouldn't have said Bryan Adams as a second-class Bruce Springsteen. I'd have said John Mellencamp. Little pink houses for you and me. I mean, John Mellencamp's had some great songs. I saw John Mellencamp live. He had the best backing act, or the backing singers I've ever seen in my life. You could not take your eyes off them. And they weren't really appropriate, it seemed to me. It was like he'd got the backing singers from James Brown's band. They were two really athletic women who were just dancing their faces off to rock music. And it seemed like a bit wrong that they were just hurling themselves around the stage while singing, and he was, standing there doing his sort of, his like Pink Houses and Jack and Diane and, all that stuff. And they were like they were acting like they were in a soul review, but they were mesmerising. And I'm, to this day, I'm still surprised that they did not become famous. Because I wasn't looking at John Mellencamp. I don't think anybody was. These two women just took over. They were great. But anyway, that has nothing to do with what we're talking about, which is the issues. We only discuss the issues on this show. I haven't read a single thing out that I came with today. I've got about 50 pages of detailed files.
Affirmative.
And I haven't managed to get around to any of them. These people, they keep calling me. How do they get my number? Paddington. Hello, Andrew.
Nick, are you still chasing after that ostrich?
What ostrich?
Well, you saw an ostrich some weeks ago. You couldn't identify it, and you were chasing after it.
Oh, the little bird.
Exactly.
Yeah, very, very small ostrich. Yeah, about like 3 inches high. I think I saw one the other day, but it disappeared really quickly. It's like a light grey thing. Oh, God, do I even really want to get into this? It's a bit smaller than a blackbird, but it has ridiculously long legs. Unless the two that I saw were like mutants. Maybe the other birds in their avian family don't have long legs, but these two did. It was like they were on stilts. Bizarre.
Nick, you make me laugh like no other presenter, and I'm going to cover all your topics tonight.
Right.
So, firstly, first-class stamps first-class letters arrive within 1 and 3 days. Second-class letters go straight into a shredder. They never arrive.
Right.
Okay. The next thing to say...
Straight into the shredder.
Absolutely.
That's it, yes.
The next thing to say is if you think of what a first-class stamp costs in old money, it is absolutely shocking.
It's about £1,000.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Right. Thirdly, when I started working in the city in the
Oh, my God, a
1980s,
financial finagler? No! Yes.
Yeah, there was a shop that, it was a fine arts shop that quoted prices in guineas.
Right, well, of course they did, yes.
Yeah, absolutely. Right, then on to sweets. Jan has no recollection at all of what a Nux bar was like. Clearly, the ones her aunt stole had all the wrong pieces missing.
Yeah.
Or the right pieces missing.
They were the right pieces, but in the wrong order.
Exactly. So it was nougat with caramel.
Yes.
Hazelnuts.
Yes.
Covered in chocolate.
Oh, well,
now,
I wouldn't like that.
Right. For the first lady who called, there is an Israeli confectionery called Egosi, Egosi, which means nuts, which is absolutely identical.
Right.
Two final things. Fuller's walnut. My mother, who lived in the UK in the 50s, still raves about it. She's the same age as one of your earlier callers, who is 91.
I think they used to sprinkle crack on the top. Was that
right.
cake?
Absolutely, that was it. And the final thing to say, they used crack in the hard icing. That's absolutely right. And the final thing, that's why they're still raving about it.
Exactly, they're still jonesing. Oh, I'm on about 3 cakes a day now, man, but I can handle it.
And the final thing to say is, do any of your listeners remember Khaled and Bowser's nougat in rice paper, which was the most wonderful nougat ever?
Yeah, but I don't really like nougat.
Yeah, but other people did.
No, I don't think so.
maybe that's why they stopped producing.
Exactly right. Nobody actually liked it. Yeah, that's probably the reason why. Yeah, they tried desperately to sell it. I mean, this says Bodger the Lodger will appoint a metric conversion czar at a phenomenal salary to oversee all of this nonsense. Yeah, no doubt. And that's Marion in Bromley. And this says, Nick, the difference between a first class and a second class stamp is that first class is the next day delivery. Second class is 2 or 3 days later, if you're lucky, says Belinda. Nobody sends a post anymore. This is probably why it's gone up what seems like a massive amount. I can't believe that it's 80-odd p for a first-class stamp now. Is it 85, 89, something like that? I can't remember what it was. And I only was mentioning it frequently about 2 hours ago. I can't even remember back that far. But, as I said, if you wrote a letter and you wanted it posted to, even if it's just across town, never mind about across country, and somebody said, I'll take it for you, it would be worth 85p of your money, wouldn't it? Because otherwise you had to get on your hat, coat, scarf and gloves, walk down to the bus stop, stand there in a pouring rain, and wait for the bus stop, and you'd never know if it was actually going to come or not. And if it did, then you'd have to go to the other end. It'd take you half a day. Would you spend 85 pence on saving a half a day? Of course. This says, our Prime Minister is very brave. Oh, God. Where is this going? Our Prime Minister is very brave, says Ian. He says he knows that all the oldies will suddenly realise how much everything has gone up since the 1970s, and he isn't at all frightened of the consequences. Maybe it's some kind of resignation letter for posh boys, says Ian. I don't think he has anything to worry about at all. The oldsters are baked in. They aren't going to change their vote at all. the older you get over the age of 50, the more you are determined to vote Conservative. I think it is a fact that... would you like to hear a fact?
No.
I think it is a fact that if you discount the over 50s, Jeremy Corbyn would have won the last general election. Well, the one where he was actually standing. And, by the way, Brexit would never have happened if you take away the oldsters. Just remember that, kids. The other fact that is pertinent is that people over the age of 50 are likely to vote, I think, to about 70%. Absolutely, totally and utterly determined to vote. About 70% of them. And below the age of 50, it's about 48. So that's the reason why nobody pays attention to you kids, because you just don't vote. Oh, but I don't want to. It's so boring. They're all the same. Shut up. Get on with your homework. Peterborough. Hello, Louisa.
Hello.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm great. How are you?
I'm fabulous. I was going to speak to you about the stamps.
Yeah.
Because the stamps, like, why is a red one a first class and why is a blue one a second class? They're both the same.
They're both the same?
Yes, well, basically, a blue one, why is that not a first class stamp? And why is the red one a second class stamp?
Does it have first and second written on it?
Yes, on the red one, it's first.
Yeah.
And on the blue one, which is my favourite colour,
yes,
is a second class.
Second. So how do you know which is first and second?
Well, you don't, do you?
No.
You don't, really.
But you
Why
do,
can't
though.
they be the same colour and just send them the same way? Why have we got first and second? Nick, I don't understand why we've got first and second class.
Well, that is a good question. I mean, it seems a little unnecessary. Why can't they just have it, just a stamp?
Yes, exactly. That's what I'm trying to say. Yes.
Well, that's what I'm trying to say, Louisa.
Yes, thank you, Nick.
No, thank you.
What are we going to do about it?
Well, that's a good question. What am I going to do about it? Well, let me see. I'll make a plan and carry it out with great vigour.
But it needs to be sorted, doesn't it? It's ridiculous.
Sorted. Oh, see what you did there?
Yeah, but it's very expensive. I mean, there used to be...
Not really.
I'm 54.
54 years old.
Thank you. Thank you. And but why can't we sort this out? I mean...
Yeah, post persons, get it sorted.
Yes, the post people. Yeah. Yeah, it's a big deal.
Okay.
Anyway, Nick, have a lovely evening.
Thanks, why not? Yeah, I'm at work, but, never mind. Yeah, why is there... It seems an anachronism in this day and age, doesn't it? I mean, there's so few people that send letters or anything in the post these days that why do we still have first and second class? I mean, it seems like something that they could just get rid of and save an enormous amount of money. I mean, if they insisted that everybody pays for the first class service, then you don't need to employ people to distinguish between first and second and put them on separate conveyor belts and all of that other nonsense we've heard that they actually still do these days. It seems like the post office is still being run like it was in the 1950s. People, by hand, take letters out of bags and put them on a conveyor belt, depending on the stamp that's on the envelope. That's hard to believe, isn't it? Where you'd be able to fire all of those people if you just axed second class. Why have we still got it? It just seems weird that still exists. This says, I'm starting my list now for your Christmas, New Year, A to Z shows. There's so much to have to remember already, says David. Yeah, we'll put S for stamp. It says, you recognise the shape of milk, but do you recognise the shape of Boris? Nobody does. What is he? Yeah, just going by his shape. What are you, Bodge? He's no idea. He's going to look into it. Very rude. Walsall. Hello, Mick.
Hi, Nick. How are you?
Great, mate.
I was going to phone about these protesters.
The what?
The protesters. People sticking themselves to the road.
Yes.
I'm wondering why they don't just go to China, America, and India, which is most of this carbon out, instead of coming here.
Well, they're not coming here. They're here already.
Well, why don't they get on a plane?
I think the getting on a plane part might not really suit.
Well, I'm sure they can get on a boat, on a cruiser or something.
A boat, yeah.
Get some rich person pay the bill to go out there and protest in China. Probably won't get him back.
Yeah, so, that's the reason that they don't go, because they live here. They're citizens of this country. Let's start at home.
But there's no point if China don't do it.
Mick, you might as well say there's no point to anything. If the human race had that frame of mind, we'd still be living in caves.
Yeah, possibly so. But the main...
But we'd be happy. We'd have nothing but a couple of old sticks to rub together, but we'd be happy.
Yeah, but the main problem with climate change is the amount of people that are on our planet. I mean, we've had, at least 20 million people coming to this country?
Well,
they all drive cars, don't they?
Well, 20 million people, they come as tourists and then they leave again. They don't stay.
I mean, the ones that emigrate here.
20 million? I think it's a little less than that.
Mate, I'm going back from the start, from, say, the 60s. How many are coming to this country?
Yeah, right back to the start, to the 1660s, yeah.
No, 1960s. But the amount of people that come in the country from that period to now are all running around driving cars. There's more cars on the road.
Right, I don't think you can really lay it at the feet of people who have come over here. That's really got precious little to do with it, Mick, because by your measure, those people would still be, advancing the cause of pollution wherever they are. It doesn't matter that they're here or not.
Yeah, I mean, the same would apply if we hadn't had it.
Right.
But we'd bred that many children that we was in the same boat as we are now.
Well, then let's. Okay, well then we need to depopulate the planet. We can do it by various methods. We can either start a thermonuclear war. That should do it. Or we could kill everybody when they reach their 50th birthday, Mick. How does that sound?
Or you could find people that will volunteer to save the planet and to walk into extermination chambers.
Right, well, this show really has taken a weird turn. Let me think about that, Mick. It's a plan. I'm just not sure it's the right one. But we'll think about it. Just don't let anybody in government have wind of that idea, just in case. Kevin tweets, what's the difference between first and second? The postman spends less time looking for the money that actually fell out of a birthday card with a second-class stamp on it. Another Kevin. Ruislip.
Hello, Nick.
Kevin.
How are you?
Great, mate.
Great, mate. Good man. I was just saying about you talking about the postage. I think it was Richard Ben. He was married to an American, and she advised him to bring in this first and second class post, and he was Postmaster General in one of the Labour governments. I think that's where it all originated from. It should be dumped, really. Segregated mail, as you were saying, is a bit dated.
Yeah.
But the Royal Mail being what it is, is overmanaged.
Well, I've got no idea about that, but it just seems to be an impediment to business. The extra costs that are involved in separating first and second, what's the point? Just tell us how much it costs and we'll pay it.
Yeah, what I really phoned up about was the, at one time, if you had a box of roses and it slightly gone off, so I got in touch with Cadbury saying...
Wait a minute, back up. You got a box of what?
Roses, chocolate.
Oh, chocolate
Cadbury.
Roses, right, mm-hmm. Yeah,
and
right, I gotcha.
they'd gone off, and I went
Off?
to Cadbury saying that about the box. And in the old days, they'd have compensated, but the Roundtrees were very good because they overcompensated. They sent a lot of stuff back.
Well, this sounds like a scam on your part.
Yeah, they wouldn't give me anything.
Yes. Then I wish to hear no more. You should be ashamed of yourself, Kevin. 0345 6060 973. This says, I miss pounds, farthings and furloughs. Bring them back. Let's all be retro all round, says Karen in Cheshire. This says, you don't want to be a fly on the cabinet wall. Michael Gove will eat you, says Paul. Actually, I thought that it'd be more like, because some bloke was saying, I'd like to be a fly on the cabinet wall. And my immediate thought was, not that Michael Gove will eat you, that Priti Patel should have one of those, like a gecko's tongue. There's like 3 foot long tongue would just come out and snaffle any insect that happens to be passing by. Or, any unfortunate low-flying bird, for instance. That's what happened in my imagination. Thanks a lot, Kevin, for whatever that was. Chesterfield. Hello, John. Yes, John. John will be with us any moment now, where he realises we're on a delay, and he's... Yes. Yes, John.
Hello, Nick. You're all right here?
Good, thanks.
First I want to just congratulate the NHS before I get into the main subject. I hurt my arm.
Oh.
Really?
I know.
Whining. Yeah, I know. It is a whine, actually. But the NHS was so good. I hurt my arm on a Tuesday, had to have a COVID test and everything, and they fixed it the following Tuesday. I know everybody rings you up and says about...
Wait a minute. What was wrong with your arm?
Oh, I ripped the muscle off my bone.
Oh, my God. They waited a week before they fixed that?
Yeah, it went pop, 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 pop.
Oh, please. I don't want to hear that.
Oh, no, you have to hear the details.
No, I don't. Really I do not want to hear the details. They took a week?
What?
Oh, my God.
Yeah, I know. And everybody rings you up and says about how the NHS is so bad in the COVID. I mean, I will say I had to have an ultrasound scan and a COVID test, which obviously I already took the 2 vaccines in any case. So I was clear to go for that. But I'd just like to say that first. Is the NHS is
John,
still
you seem positively delighted that it took the NHS a week to fix your arm.
Oh, yeah, because the surgeon said to me it can take up to 7 weeks.
That's ridiculous.
Yes, it is. But
so you got a
cancellation.
Yeah, so you got
and
a cancellation.
Also, no, I didn't have a cancellation. He just put it down as an emergency and said get it done straight away.
So straight away, it is a week.
Yeah, but that's good though, really. In
Not really.
I mean, I was quite impressed. No, it was. I was quite
no,
impressed.
I don't think so. That doesn't sound good to me.
I think so. But getting on to the second point, I'd like to discuss about obesity because I've been to hospital. And
John, are you sure that you've called the right show?
Yes, I have. Yeah.
Okay then.
I listen to you all the time, Nick. You're brilliant.
Well, that doesn't sound like me.
That caused a problem.
That rather underlines the possibility that you have called the wrong show. But anyway, go ahead.
No, I listen to you all the time. You're great. When I've been to hospital, I noticed like obesity is quite bad, and I think we've spent. Is it £40 billion on COVID? I think we should spend the money on obesity and get the government to reduce the cost of good quality food. If they could do that.
No, I don't think they can. I don't think it's in their
gift. No, I'm
gift.
sure they could. They just don't want to. But it's just that I had a BMI test, and I classed myself as fairly fit and healthy, and I was slightly over, do you believe it or not? And it said I need to lose weight. And I look at myself in the mirror and I think to myself, I look pretty good. And then I look at other people and think to myself, well, no, we should bring cost of food down. Not junk food, but good food.
Right. No, I think it's the other way around. You need to increase the price of junk food and
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah,
and
but I don't think that
vegetables and
works, because
fruit
I think,
will find their own level.
No, because I think you mentioned the other day about alcohol in Scotland, about they'd put it up by 50 pence.
Yeah.
Well, that's not really going to solve the alcohol problem, is it?
Make no difference whatsoever.
No, well, of course not. There's no alcohol people going, 50 pence more, now I'm struggling.
Yeah, exactly right. Forget it. I'll just go without. No alcoholic is ever going to say that. No, precisely.
No,
they might be able to. They might be able to point to, and I think that they can. I think I've read this. The government up there says, but look, there's the amount of alcohol that has been consumed has gone down. Well, I would suggest that has zero to do with some minimum pricing structure and everything to do with the publicity that went with that.
See, but that could just be a seasonal thing as well, though, really, because I'm sure that alcohol level goes up at Christmas. It depends what time of year you take those readings, because I'm sure at Christmas alcohol consumption goes up because it's the seasonal thing to do.
Well, it's because it's what Jesus would want.
I'm sure if you take the reading in April compared to Christmas or December, November, you're going to get a different result. But that doesn't mean that there's not an alcohol problem.
Right.
Just because you put it up 50 pence. But it's nice talking to you. I just want to say that about the NHS, really, about how I know a lot of people ring up and say how bad they are, but I just want to put my point to and say I've had an excellent experience through this COVID thing.
It sounded like a miserable experience to me. They made your arm fell off, and they took a week to put it back on. That sounds terrible, John. But I hope that it gets better soon. Thanks a lot, mate. Huh. See, now he seemed like a decent chap, but it just seems people's attitude to the NHS just seems a bit. It's pathetic in this way. People talk about the NHS treating them as though it's astonishing that they get medical treatment from the NHS. That's what it's for. It's not free. It costs us billions of pounds a year. 100 billion, something like that. 120, something like that. Now, 100 billion used to be a lot of money before the government started chucking our cash around to everybody that they've ever met. And everybody that they've ever met's dog walker. Billions and billions and billions of pounds chucking money around like a drunken sailor. So 100 billion used to be something. Not these days. But that's what we spend on the NHS, more or less. And yet people's attitude is still, I went in with a sore ankle and they cut my leg off by mistake, but they were fantastic. They gave me jelly and everything. People are comparing it not to other better health systems that have better results, less waiting time, more doctors, more beds, more machines that go bing, and all of the rest of that. They're not comparing it to that. They're not comparing it to getting treated in Switzerland and Luxembourg and France and Germany and Italy and Spain and everywhere else that you might rock up with an illness. They're not comparing our system with theirs. They're comparing our system with not being treated at all. That's the comparison they're making, which is why people are so pathetically grateful. This says, did you hear that Ocado isn't delivering frozen goods because they've not had any dry ice delivered for their refrigerator vans? Is this another Brexit bonus? Says Vonnie in Edgware. Well, it sounds like it to me. Warm, chilled food. Freedom! There's so many stories coming out about what an absolute catastrophic, undiluted disaster Brexit is. But it will annoy a significant amount of people if I read even a selection of them, because people have decided that they will go with their first choice, which was Brexit, and no further information is required. But digging their heels in ever harder. Nope. Made the right decision. Not hearing it. But there's just so many. Day after day after day come more and more and more. This says, Nick, if we go back to shillings and pence, will I still be able to buy 8 fruit salad chews for a penny? Will Slade be number 1 again? I feel like I'm back in 1970 and I'm 10. Bouncing about my space hopper, says RJ. Space hoppers. That's what Eva reminds me of. That's the shape we're thinking of, eh, Bodge?
Yeah. Wait.
Space hopper. I'd like to know what goes on inside the head of the regime, because when they wake up in the morning and they think, how are we going to torture the public today? What punishment can we dole out? And they'll still say, thank you, sir, may I have another? Well, how about having a grand party for some VIPs at Chequers, which is this vast palace. I mean, look at the size of it. It's a house as big as Wales. Even the Queen looks at it and goes, oh, this is a bit large, isn't it? Tone it down a bit. So Bodger is celebrating in this 16th century palace in Buckinghamshire the 100th anniversary of it being gifted to the nation for a retreat for the Prime Minister. God. And he's inviting, all the ex-PMs, most of which are saying, yeah, thanks, but no thanks. Friendless Bodger. Oh. So let's say there's 100 people there. Shall we assume that there's going to be 100 people there? VIPs and various grifters and grafters. 100 people. Shall we say £1,000 each? Because they'll serve the finest wines that are available to humanity, no doubt, because we're paying. Then there'll be the exquisite food in vast amounts, and then they'll all want a place to stay overnight, doubtless, because they've got no end of bedrooms, hundreds of them. So it's about £1,000 each. That's 100 people. That's 100 grand for one night, plus security, 200 grand. And if the budget is 200 grand, then it'll be 300 grand. So should we say a cool £1 million? £1 million for a party. Oh, and in other news, we must take 20 quid off those on Universal Credit because, as a country, we just can't afford it. Yeah, sorry about that.
I am very sorry that I screwed up. Totally I am so sorry. You just don't know how sorry I am. I'm sorry.
It seems that it's a plan. It happens with such frequency, it can't be a mistake. It just can't. On the one hand, they say, well, you lot, you scrofulous oiks, you're going to have to make do with much less money, or we're going to have to tax you much more, or we're going to have to reduce your the care that your local council can give you. We're going to defund the police, and we ain't got no money for this, that, and the other. And in other news, we've just awarded ourselves a massive pay rise. I mean, it's a good long while since they had a massive pay rise. They must be waiting for just the right moment. Yes, we're going to stop Universal Credit altogether. All you poor people are on your own. And in other news, in better news, MPs are going to get a 100% pay rise. It seems to be the direction of travel. I'm surprised they haven't announced that yet. Let's have Newport. George.
That's me.
Yes, George.
Well, I was born in 1949, Nick.
Yeah.
And I spent the first 20 years of my life learning the pound, shillings and pence and the weights and measures, 16 ounces to the pound and 14 pounds to the stone, etc. So, yes. I mean, you're a mathematician. I know that from experience listening to you.
Right.
So if I had 863 pennies now...
863 pennies, just writing this down, yes.
That's okay, you've got to be careful with the figures. 863, I'd have £8.63. But if in the old system I had 863 pennies, I'd have to divide that by 240 to find out how many pound I had.
Well, who can't do that?
Well, exactly. So you'd have to stack them up in piles of 12... Mm-hmm. separate them out into, I think there's 20 shillings to the pound. You'd have 20 stacks.
Yes.
You'd have to work it out that way if you didn't have an agile mind.
Well, it just seems like common sense.
It does, yes. So anyway, going on to stamps, second-class stamp and first-class stamp, they must pay an enormous amount of money to keep all the post in a warehouse, waiting for it to go out for 3 days later.
Yes.
So it must cost them a fortune just to store the damn stuff.
I can't believe that second-class stamp still exists. Why? What's the point?
Well, I don't know. It's distinguish the riffraff, you know. And my mother would never buy a second-class stamp.
Right.
No.
Well, what would the neighbours think?
Well, you'd have to take them out in a brown paper package.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, a shame.
Yes.
All right, thanks a lot, George.
It's agile mind you need to go between pound shillings and pence, and then you have to get onto the system of purchase, pull. I was a quantity surveyor, so then you've got the length thing. So you've got an inch, a foot, and a yard. Mm-hmm. And 22 yards would be in a perch or a pole, actually 220 yards. There's so many things that if the education system of the country would have to teach all this to the youngsters, I don't think...
The kids wouldn't have any time to learn anything else.
Well, that's exactly what we had to do when we were kids. They'd test you every day on it, and you still get it.
And you still get it wrong. Yeah, and your multiplication table. I'm going to test you right now. Are you ready?
Yeah. Yes.
6 8s.
Impossible.
Is the right answer.
Well,
it's mathematically impossible to know what 6 8s are. That is correct.
But we didn't touch even numbers in school. They wouldn't let us do it.
Right, okay. Well, because that's the devil's work. Yeah, I understand. All right, thanks, George. 0345 6060 973. Even numbers. No! Nobody needs an even number. It's delinquent, is what even numbers are. Who do they think they are? All round and even. Michael Gove and Boris are the most weirdly shaped. They definitely are aliens trying to pass as humans, says Esther in Hackney, who's been added to Theresa May's... No, to Priti Patel's to get list. Not Theresa May. Hey, we're still not missing you, by the way, Theresa May, just in case you were wondering. But don't feel bad about it. Kick off your comedy clown shoes. Put your feet up. Relax. You deserve it. This tweet from Jus, as in J-U-S, says, Boris Johnson takes the cabinet out for dinner. The waiter comes along... Oh, are you kidding me? This again? Somebody tweeted me this last week as though to pretend that they'd just come up with it. I'll have the steak, says Boris. The waiter asks, what about the vegetables? And I think we know the rest of it. Spitting image. Oh, my God. Got to be kidding me. That's twice in 2 weeks. Somebody's had the nerve to tweet in that old one. This says, yes, that's right about Ocado. I placed an order today and nothing was said about no frozen deliveries, and most of the order was frozen goods. I went back onto the site to amend the order as I'd forgotten something, and a big notice came up. A big notice!
Warning! Warning!
It said they were short of dry ice, which keeps the goods cool. I know it's not a matter of life and death, but so annoying as I can't get out shopping. Thank you for the show, says Catherine in Brentford.
Thank you!
Thank you, Catherine. It's all part of our Brexit bonus. Less choice, higher prices. I think that's what Boris Johnson promised. It must have been, because we know what we were voting for, as I've been yelled at about 1 million times. Text from Sue says, the postman with first-class stamps wears silk gloves on his round. The gloves have a gold crown embroidered on it. I did not know that. Stuff you learn on this show. It's like an education, ain't it?
No.
Damien says, with climate change being conveniently ignored by this Tory government, it is comforting to know that we will soon be walking to the supermarket in 3 yards of water rather than 2.7 metres of water before weighing our apples in pounds and ounces. It certainly is. They're concentrating on the important stuff. Let's have Alice Springs. Martin.
Oh, hi, Nick.
How you going?
Yes, good. I can touch on a few of your subjects tonight.
Martin, you're calling from...
We have
hang on a minute. You're calling from as far away as it's possible to get from where I'm sitting now,
Oh, not really.
without actually leaving the planet. And it sounds as though you're talking from next door. You must be using a landline.
Oh, really? No.
What?
No. I'm on a mobile, honestly.
Are you actually in Alice Springs?
I am. Looking out now, it's grey skies. There's a storm kicking up. Had a lot of rain last night. There's a... Yeah, well, I am.
Well, it must be some sort of special Australian mobile phone, because nothing that I've heard on a mobile phone in this country comes even anywhere close. But anyway, go ahead, before we lose the connection.
Yeah, we have an ice cream company here called Streets, who curiously have the same logo as Walls and even the same font in the middle.
Oh, yeah?
But they have a product, which I had yesterday, an ice cream called Golden Gay Time. Honestly, you can put it on your Google and have a look.
Oh yeah, that's what I'll do. I'll Google Golden Gay Time.
Warning!
But I don't know whether Donald Trump's got any involvement in it. But
no, I don't think so.
It is a fact.
I can't
and
believe
they're quite
it.
nice.
Well, if you
No,
say
honestly.
so. All right then. What's in them?
And the other thing was nougat.
Yeah.
You mentioned nougat, which brought up some tragic memory.
Tragic?
A bit stressful for me. Yeah.
Go on.
In the 80s, me and my family, went over to France before the Euros, before the Euro money came in.
Yeah.
And I very, very sensibly got some cash in francs in my wallet, nice big thick wallet full of francs. And a bloke at work on my way out on the Friday said, "Could you get me some nougat?" And I didn't even really like him, but I thought, oh, well, it might cheer him up a bit. So we got off the ferry. I was a bit ferry shocked. And we drove into D9 to the Supermarché and did a bit of shopping. And on the way out, there was a guy stood on the exit of the supermarket with a box. So I pulled up alongside him. Nougat. Oh, very good. I thought, I'll get that before I forget.
Oh my God, Martin!
So
This isn't the setup to a joke, is it?
No, it's true.
Okay then.
He handed over the nougat. I handed over the money. And when we got to our campsite and I got calculating, I paid £16 for one bar of nougat.
Oh. Wow.
And and it was a lot of money in those days, in the 80s, £16.
It's still a lot of money now. Yeah.
Probably would have got me 4 albums.
Yeah, I think it would probably got you a house and a 3-piece suit. Yeah, Martin, I'm going to have to leave it there, but so many texts and emails, I'm not going to get through them all. I am very sorry.
I am very sorry.
Judy says, the explanation for second-class mail is exactly right. Or Judy with the explanation for second-class mail is exactly right. This was a call from Judy, or a text, I can't remember, some moments ago. They say first-class mail is separated, sorted and prioritised to leave the mail centres at night, along with second-class mail from the day before. Says Carol, 30 years service in the Royal Mail. We appreciate your service.
Thank you.
This says, I see Scrooge Johnson cut the temporary raise in universal credit just to coincide with rising energy and food costs. I so wish karma on him and his greedy cronies, says Lorraine in Birmingham. Well, Lorraine, if by karma you mean an enormous amount of money and power, then they have both in large amounts. Let's have a call in Highgate. Hi, Gate. Nina.
Hello. Good morning, Nick.
Nina.
Good morning to you. Thank you for your show. I just want to... It's been bugging me for months,
yes.
Probably since the Orange Man left office.
Right.
You do a soundbite, and I want to know the bottom of the story.
Mm-hmm.
It's the man where he goes, "Oh, hello," and
hello.
I don't know why you play it and what significance he had to calling in, but obviously you pay it, and I just want to get to the bottom of it. Could you do some detective work for me, please? Because I've obviously missed that story.
You mean?
Oh, hello.
That guy.
That one. Yeah, what did he do? Where did you find him? Did he just ring in randomly, or...?
He did, yes.
Did he have some-
This was a clip that I played on the Nick Abbott Habit podcast. It was from an old show. This bloke, I can't remember what I was talking about, but I had displeased him in some manner. And he called in with a very imperious meen, almost like he was Jacob Rees-Smug.
You're better informed than I am. I don't know anything.
Yeah, he had that kind of that sort of supercilious, superior attitude. And that was how he started the conversation. Oh, hello, you idiot.
Yes, well, he shouldn't be ringing in calling to you, because obviously you're far more on a different level to him altogether, Nick.
Are you kidding me? I am outside of the planetary orbit. I don't even know what that means, but...
You're on the A-team of LBC radio. That's enough for everybody.
Okay. Thanks, Nina.
Thank you. God
Cheers,
bless.
Minute.
Bye-bye.
Ta-da. 0345 6060 973. Fun fact, everybody is on the A-team. We've only got one team. A. It's not like the post office. We haven't got first and second class presenters here. We've only got first class presenters. Apart from Steve Allen. He is a class all of his own. Let's see if I can get one more in. Why not? Cheem. Sue.
Hello. I just wanted to confirm what that chap from Australia said when he said he got ripped off for the cost of nougat in France, because I was attending the Paris Air Show for my company, and they gave me a load of French money prior to the euro.
Yes.
And I thought, I'll take my daughter some nougat home. And I just handed the money to, let them take what they wanted. And he took the lot, and it ended up being 25 quid.
French money used to look so great, didn't it?
Yes.
Like before the euro, because the euros, I would like a lot of them, but they don't look very good, do they?
No,
it looks
no.
like toy money,
No.
like something that fell out of a board game.
Yes.
But the old French money...
it was gorgeous.
It really was. It looked like something that would work on the wall of a museum.
Well, I made a big mistake because I had a bag. I don't know where I got it. Somebody gave me a bag of coins that were French coins, and they were so beautifully. They were sort of Art Nouveau looking, and I'd stuck them all in Barclays Bank's collection for odd coins that when you've been abroad, because obviously the euro came, and afterwards I thought I should have kept them. They were just beautiful.
You'll never see their like again.
I won't. I will not. Anyway, thank you very much for a good show.
Oh, thank you, Sue. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Right, a couple, and then that's it. And then maybe tonight I will do all of the things that I meant to do today. This says, Nick, if Bodger thinks he's got a hard job, he should walk 1.609344 kilometres in my shoes, says Rosemary. Listeners with material.
Oh,
no. This says, I afforded a birthday card, 2 first-class stamps, as I needed it to get there pronto in time for a birthday 2 days away. It arrived 4 days later, says Sheba in West Norwood. Well, it was probably weighed down by the extra, the extra weight of another stamp. You only have yourself to blame there, Sheba. What else? Paulosaurus tweets, what's your favourite Pink Floyd album? Are you kidding me? Why don't you just ask me what my favourite colour is? Green. And, difficult. He says, if I had to pick, I'd go for Animals and Wish You Were Here. You know what? I've been listening to Metal a lot, or Echoes, rather. No, Metal. Always get that mixed up. It's hard. Very difficult to pick a favourite. Just depends on what kind of mood you're in. This says, if you are posh, can you start charging for things in guineas rather than pounds again, Nick? Says Gordon in Hampstead. Absolutely, Gordon. Knock yourself out. This says, we'll need imperial currency to fall back on when the GDP is devalued after a disastrous term in government. All Gael hail, perhaps, the threepenny, says Desiree in Sheffield. And this says, this is probably not without accuracy. Hi, Nick, we have first and second class post because as a country we are obsessed by the class system. Yeah, I bet that's actually right. And this says chickens must still be imperial because we buy eggs in dozens. That's true. There is a place that sells them by the 10, but it just seems a bit weird. I don't know why. Seems a bit unseemly buying eggs by the 10. But dozen don't make no sense at all, does it? I mean, even bakers don't do dozens, as in 12. And I'll just do a couple more because then I'll have to do less tonight. It says, Nick, old money, in the reign of George III. Oh, God, another history lesson. In the reign of George III, a copper 2p piece weighed 2 ounces. To put that into perspective, if you had 35 2p pieces, they'd weigh a kilogram, the weight of a bag of sugar. It was his attempt to fix the price of copper, and I'm already on board. Nick says, I'm 76 and I voted Labour all my life and I voted to Remain. Us oldies aren't all the same, says Susan. Well, you may think that, Susan. I couldn't possibly comment. And finally, Nick, my Aussie wife, has absolutely confirmed that Golden Gay Time is an ice cream which is the best in the world. Regards, Howard. Well, I'll just have to take your word for it, Howard, because I am absolutely not Googling Golden Gay Time. You can't make me. I can't believe the front page of the Daily Mail. Well, it's not the front page exactly, but this is what they're leading with on the internet. Have you seen the internet? Oh, the stuff on there.
Disgusting.
Britain is facing up to a bleak end to the year, says the Mail, with a fresh threat of food shortages coming amid an imminent hike in the cost of living of around £1,500 a year. What? You're kidding. A lack of lorry drivers in recent weeks, along with the effects of the ping-demic in recent months, has seen supermarket shelves left bare. I think they missed something out there. There's a little detail they missed something right in the middle of that. You've got the ping-demic, yes, that's right. And then the lorry drivers, yeah, okay, got that. Anything else? The food supply chain is up against a new challenge, apparently, after soaring gas prices forced much of the country's commercial production of carbon dioxide to shut down. Carbon dioxide? Who cares? It's not like it's fundamental. In other news, the industry describes carbon dioxide is actually fundamental to producing and transporting supermarket staples like bread and meat, as well as beer and fizzy drinks.
Oh, no.
I mean, I don't mind going without bread, and I don't mind missing meat, and I can take or leave fizzy drinks. But no beer. Some fear businesses will have less than 2 weeks before their stocks of CO2 begin to run out, says the Mail, with one boss describing the crisis as a black swan-type event. What's a black swan-type event? Well, I've done my homework. I actually looked it up. Can you believe that?
No.
A black swan is an unpredictable event that is beyond what is normally expected of a situation and has potentially severe consequences. Black swan events are characterised by their extreme rarity, severe impact, and the widespread insistence that they were obvious in hindsight. Obvious in hindsight? How about obvious all along? I don't like saying I told you so, but I told you so, I told you so, I told you so. Meanwhile, the government is being urged by meat producers to step in and protect the food supply chain after the sharp rise in gas prices resulted in a cut in the supply of carbon dioxide to the industry. See, this is how it's a what now? This is how world wars are going to be fought in the future. It's not going to be people digging trenches and taking pot shots at each other, and it's not going to be people sitting in tanks blasting chunks out of the scenery. There's going to be some kid with a laptop in some secret room in Russia or China who's going to switch off our electricity. Game over. The government is being urged by meat producers to step in and protect the food supply. As well as essentials like food and drink, there have also been reports of shortages of toys ahead of Christmas. And ties, as in what workers wear, or used to before they sat around all day in their gym jams. Ties. We've got a shortage of ties, apparently. And the price of used cars has skyrocketed to the extent that they now cost more than new ones. Wow, the whole world's gone insane. Second-hand cars cost more than new ones. Well, I'll go to the foot of our stairs. It's all going very well. Who could have predicted that voting a clown into office would bring us a circus?
Yeah. Wait a minute.
The lack of supply in many sectors comes against a backdrop of rising bills for millions of families, says the Mail, many of whom will still be feeling the brutal effects of the pandemic on the economy. Experts warn that household costs could collectively soar by more than 125 quid a month. Whoa. That's putting Britons on the cusp of the biggest spending squeeze in nearly a decade. Well, this sounds great. Sounds to me like more winning. Seriously, are you tired of all this winning yet? Money experts said a perfect storm of price hikes and tax hikes could push family finances to the limit across the country. Two of England's biggest fertiliser plants in Teesside and Cheshire, which use CO2 to produce ammonium nitrate, which is then used by farmers for their crops, have shut down, leading bosses concerned over the potential consequences for family essentials. Well, it's not like family essentials are essential or anything. Bosses may be concerned, but you will be glad to know that the government are completely indifferent, as they are concentrating on who gets the taxpayer-funded palace at Chevening. Will it be angular, tetchy, humanoid Dominic Dekche-Raab, or will it be Luby Lou out of the Andy Pandy Show, who is our new head of comedy at the Foreign Office? Select. None of them, not one of them, is going to say that these problems exist, because that would mean that they would have to admit that Brexit is not working as they lied to us it would. So they're going to ignore the problem. They'll ramp up the distractions. They'll go dinghy spotting or arrest a crusty or enact some phony new law about dog napping that already exists. Fun fact, nicking someone's dog, already a crime, for which you can get 7 years. So all of that, we're going to make it illegal now, we're going to lock you away for 7 years. That was just another distraction. And people thought, thank goodness for that. It's going to be illegal to nick people's stuff. Thank you, Prissy Patel. What would we do without you? Just anything to distract and keep the eye off. And the intention must be to hope that the Brexit faithful keep believing in something that's falling apart before their very eyes. And so much now is based on keeping up that lie about sunny uplands and hoping that the gullible remained transfixed by the personality of the bodger.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
I mean, it really is that thin of an offering. It's a cabinet of no talents of droids selected for their willingness to lie about one big idea, Brexit. And all underpinned by the supposed likability of the man at the top, who's been getting away with it his whole life because of his whole dishevelled act. Well, I think the act will start to wear thin when people can't get the food that they want and can't pay the bills, and Christmas is ruined because the shops are out of mega Death Star robot kill toys that little Johnny had set his heart on. Nick Allen, the chief executive of the British Meat Processing Association, said this could be the straw that broke the camel's back. Camel meat, by the way, tastes a bit like chicken. He said if you haven't got the CO2 supplies on the packaging side that reduces the shelf life of products going on the shelves at a time when we are really struggling because of the transport problems. Wow, that was a real jumble of words there, mate. He says this has come as a huge shock. It's happened so quickly. I think everyone is outraged in the industry that these fertiliser plants can shut down without any warning whatsoever and suddenly take something which is so essential to the food supply chain off stream just like that. He says we really need the government to step in now and do something. Yeah, that's what they'll do. They'll do something. They are doing something. They're planning their holidays and they're fighting over palaces and they're calling their mates on their private phones to do some deals, no questions asked. And they're rewarding themselves titles and honours for excellence in being themselves. What more do you want? In other news, the government has said there is absolutely no chance of us running out of gas, or the electricity supply failing, or the lights going out. So I'd get your candles and your torch batteries now while stocks last. Meanwhile, just as Jacob Smug did not say, prices are going up. Petrol prices have gone up. The price of food and drink in shops and supermarkets rose by 1.1% in August alone. That's the highest rate since 2008. Train fares, telephone and internet bills also increasing. And all this as Bodger's health and social care levy means that workers are going to have to pay an extra 1.25% in tax from next year. Not the rich, of course, because they don't get their money through wages, they get their money through assets. You know, like a quarter of all Tory MPs who are landlords. Their income will be unaffected. Only the little people pay taxes, not leprechauns. And on top of all that, there's also fears of hefty council tax rises on the way because that care levy on your national insurance isn't actually going to be spent on care. It's going to plug the hole in the NHS budget, which should have been taken care of by the £350 million a week that we were promised if we voted to leave the European Union. It's almost as though that bus and everyone who sat on it, stood by it, or promoted it, wasn't telling the truth. Liar! Oh, and insurance experts warn that premiums are going to rise in January. And all of that means that living in global Britain could cost average families an extra £132 a month, or £1,584 a year, which sounds like an excellent time to reduce the poorest people's universal credit. And I would say that as the poorest among us voted overwhelmingly for the Conservative Party at the last election by 44% to 32% for Labour, they knew what they were voting for. And they got it. In huge amounts. Can you imagine how happy they are? I bet they wake up laughing. What a way to run a country, eh?
Dreadful.
Bill says, just been listening to the news. I heard the news today, oh boy. He says, what a shame we aren't exploiting our shale gas right now. I bet you agree with that, says Bill. Cheap energy for our steel producers and big energy users in industry, lots and lots of jobs. What a shame we are listening to the anti-carbon people, said Bill. Yeah, that sounds like a great plan, Bill. Let's drag more oil up out the ground. Joe says, and by the way, are you interested in having a shale gas removal facility at the bottom of your garden? No, Bill, I didn't think so. Joe texts, the rising gas prices will see what little industry we have being sent into administration. Oh, right, okay, I read that wrong. Shall I read it again? He says, the rising gas prices will see what little industry we have being sent into administration. The insane rush to decarbonise will see our... I bet this is the same bloke. Joe and Bill, you're the same person, aren't you? Very curious that right out of the blue, apropos of nothing at all, I get two messages side by side that are about the same thing. Yeah, shale gas and liberals and woke. Yeah, I get it. Michael says, you mentioned that used cars cost more money than new ones. Why is it that road tax on used cars is more expensive than it is on new cars? Surely used car tax should be cheaper. Is it? That doesn't make any sense. That makes no sense. Road tax on used cars is more expensive than it is on new cars. Not the same type of car, surely. I don't know whether that is the case or not, Michael, but as it doesn't make any sense, I would expect that it is the case, because nothing seems to these days, eh? And finally, for the moment, David texts, Brexiteers would rather starve while in a state of unwanted sobriety than admit that they've made the biggest mistake of their delusional little lives. Sobriety? Booze? No thanks. Just say no thank you. I mean, good manners don't cost nothing, do they?
Be polite!
Let's have Lancaster. Rupert.
Hello, Nick. How you doing?
Great, mate.
You know all the problems that you listed at the top of the show?
Yes.
They're happening all over Europe and in the US, too.
Not to the same extent, though.
No. But how do you know, mate?
Well, I've got the figures in front of me.
What do you mean to the same extent?
Well, which word in that sentence are you having the most trouble understanding?
Extent. extent.
Extent? Do you not know what extent means? I mean,
No, I do know what extent means.
Right.
I want you to define how Britain is having more problems than Europe and the US.
well, it's easy, Rupert. All you have to do you have the internet in Lancaster?
I certainly do.
Well, then just look it up, man. Very, very simple. Don't ask with your mouth, ask with your eyes. That's what my dad used to say. And I'd be like, no, Dad, why can't you just tell me? I'm not doing your homework for you, Rupert. Oh, well, OK, in this one specific instance I will. Mainland Europe is experiencing an estimated 400,000 lorry drivers shortages as port closures across China and here, there and everywhere have sparked the global supply chain crisis. 400,000 lorry drivers short they are in mainland Europe. 400,000. Now, that's not nothing. Britain is facing over 100,000 shortfall. Let's just make it a nice round number. 100,000 shortfall of HGV drivers. So keep those figures in mind. They've got 400,000 short on mainland Europe, and we've got 100,000 short here. Now, can you tell where I'm going with this? Britain has 100,000 shortage of drivers. Germany, with half as many people living there again as here, they've got 100 million people there, we've got 60 odd. Germany has half the number short that we do, with half as many people there again as live here. France, with the same population as us, has less than half the numbers short than we have. Italy has the same population as us, and they're only 15,000 drivers short. We have a lorry driver shortage of 100,000. So the thing that separates us from the rest of Europe is the thing that separates us from the rest of Europe. Brexit! And I hope that satisfies the my interlocutor. Extent. Of course it doesn't. He's got his fingers in his ears and he's humming loudly to himself in case any fact lodges itself in his mind, because he's made up his mind a long time ago and will not be moved from that conclusion that Brexit is glory. And that's the problem that we face here, because unless you admit that Brexit is the problem, you can't fix the problem. And the government won't admit that Brexit is a problem, because without Brexit, what have they got? What are they without Brexit? Just a bunch of incompetent clowns shuffling about. And their fans, like the chap that I just spoke to, they can't contemplate that they've been had, that Brexit isn't all that it was made out to be, because there goes hope. So we're stuck. We're stuck with it, just swirling around. People, just looking, utter confusion on their faces, wondering why things aren't better. Can't be Brexit. Brexit's glorious. Read it in the Express. Howard texts, I just can't get my head around why so many of my fellow Welsh folk voted for Brexit and then voted Tory. They certainly did a great disservice for Wales, voting Tory, says Howard. And Alan tweets, don't forget Scotland voted 62 to 38 to remain. England and Wales own this debacle, but we'll have to suffer anyway. Yeah, I'm afraid you will, Alan. Yeah, being as how you are stuck on us. Humberside, hello, Bruff.
BC.
Bruff.
Hey, Nick.
Bruff.
Yeah.
Oh, no, your name's Derek. You're from Bruff.
That's right, then.
Right.
Yeah. Well, at least now they've introduced the weights and measures, at least they'll be able to go down to the old warehouse and get a pound of gruel now, won't they? Won't they? So,
please, sir, may I have some more?
Please, Boris, because they're going to be running the warehouses in effect, aren't they? All the oi polite, all the toities, they're all laughing. It's all the workforce that's going to be on the bones of the backside.
I do expect that they wake up laughing, that they just can't quite believe how easy it's been to influence an entire country to do something that's not in its interest. I bet they just can't believe how easy it's been.
Oh, exactly. And that guy who's just been, he's still in the cult. He's still in part of the cult.
Well, that's the thing that's the thing with cults. No information that comes along is going to dissuade you that the dear leader is anything other than omnipotent.
Yeah. It's like that Koresh one. Is it David Koresh? Look what he did. The guy.
Let's not get carried away.
Well, you know, no, I mean, it is getting beyond the joke, though, Nick, isn't it? It really is. I mean, when are people going to start to wake up? This is what concerns me. You know, how bad does it have to get before these people actually turn around and start putting the cross
2 and 2
in the
together.
right box and looking after. I mean, I do believe there should be some sort of
penalty for voting the wrong way. Yes, I absolutely. Yeah, some sort of penalty for voting the wrong way. Yeah.
No, I was going to say, you know, like a thing between Labour, Liberal, all the others should actually
a pact.
A pact, yeah, because you've got to get these people out. We really have got to get these people out.
It's a very, very bizarre system that we have in this country, that the majority of votes count for nothing, and that only a minority of votes have actually counted. It's debatable whether the people that voted for the Conservative Party are actually having their voice heard. I mean, after they successfully acquired their votes, I'm not sure the Conservative Party have shown much evidence of being concerned with the little people, not leprechauns.
No. Well, out of this 17 million who voted Brexit, how many of them voted Conservative in the last election?
I would expect 100% there or thereabouts.
Yeah. So how many more never voted for them? And this is what I'm saying. People have got to wake up and start to, you know. I mean,
Derek. You might as well tell people who believe in God to wake up and look at the evidence. They're not going to do it.
But do you think the Labour Party could? Do you think the other parties could stand on a thing of rejoining the EU at the next election, or do you think that would just hand it over to Johnson again because all they do is say, "Stick with me, vote Brexit"? Or are people starting to wake up to it now?
Yeah, unless the left actually screw their heads on and, as you suggest, form some sort of pact. Because what is happening, and it happens all over the world, it's so typical of the left, they will fight amongst themselves, and then a minority right-wing party will just step over their furious fisticuffs and ascend into power. It happens everywhere. The left just cannot get their act together. They have these like purity battles. Oh no, I'm more concerned about about minorities than you are. No, you're not. I'm more concerned than you are. And then the right just swerve around them and straight into power. Painful.
They've got to focus on the real enemy. And the real enemy is the Tory party, and that's it. You know, you can't influence people's lives if you're not in power. Do you know what I mean? And over the last...
Yeah, finally.
No, you can't really. Over the last... If you think... Since Thatcher in 79, I think that the majority, is it 30-odd years has been Tory, 13 years of Labour, hasn't it? So, you know, the bit that they did do well in that 13 years has obviously been wiped out by the Tories, hasn't it? So, until they get their act together, you cannot get, you know, they've got to get their acts together to get the Tories out. That is the only way to actually start influencing people's lives and making people's lives better.
Right.
Is to get into power.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
All right. Well, I'm not expecting any bold moves because I think the current leader of the Labour Party doesn't really do bold, does he? I mean, it's not really in him. I mean, he's got better lately, and the polls, I'm not sure whether the polls are reacting to his demonstration of steel or whether people are just getting tired of Bodger's act. I think it's maybe more getting tired of Bodger's act than it is thinking about Keir Starmer that, he got in a few digs there. I don't really think that people are bothered about Prime Minister's questions. I mean, it's just such a farce. And all that noise that they make and waving their papers around. I mean, it's just so ridiculous. What we like. I mean, other countries must look at all that folderol and just think, God, talk about living in the past. Get up to date, Grandad. But, I suspect that the polls are reacting against Bodger rather than for Starmer, because there's only just so long you can you can keep up the act of a small, dishevelled boy as a grown man. Anyway, thanks, Derek. 0345 6060 973. Mike texts, have you noticed how many news events are now rated on their impact on Christmas? No. He says it's going to be unbearable by the end of October, though don't mind picking up some cheap gadgets in this Black Swan event. Oh, actually, I do know what you mean. Yeah, Christmas seems to be featuring particularly large in the news already. It's not even blooming October yet. Already we're talking about Jesus' birthday. And, everything is, the lorry drivers is going to ruin Christmas, and we ain't got no mince pies, and the turkeys will be freshly unkilled, and it's going to be a disaster. Christmas. Can we get through autumn first before we launch ourselves at winter? God. I'm not through with summer yet. David texts, this needs editing. Almost said it. Brexiteers, that's not what he wrote. Something close. He added a few letters in there.
Disgusting.
Brexiteers, he said, need slapping around the head with some wet fish. The problem is we can't get any. No violence, please. Robert emails, the people voted for a clown, they voted for Brexit, and they refused to listen to experts about global warming. Yes. I reckon if you drew a Venn diagram of the people that voted for Brexit and would vote against doing anything about global warming, it would just be one circle. Teignmouth, David.
Yes, good evening.
Yes, David.
Yeah, I'm a Brexiteer. I voted Conservative all my life. In my working life as a head of a FE department, I had
head of a what?
A department within a college of further education.
Oh yeah.
And we had extensive links, exchange programs with 10 countries in the common market. So I am fully aware of the advantages, but also the disadvantages of the European dimension. But my concern, not my concern, but yes, it is a concern that what we have found is that when Boris came in, it was just a single issue that was on. With perhaps some thought about the global warming, but nobody anticipated this vaccine problem, and nobody in the world, no country in the world has got it sorted out. Even the wonderful New Zealanders have got problems. My brother-in-law in Melbourne, in Australia, it place is totally closed down. Israel has hit the fan. French, God only knows what's happening there, and everybody has got the same similar different.
But what's your
problems.
point, though, David?
Well, I'm not sure if anybody could have done any better.
Oh my God! Leave him alone. He's doing his best. Are you kidding me? Every country on earth did better than us, and you've just described something that is common to every country. So the difference between us and them is the thing that defines modern Britain, which is Brexit.
They're not doing any better. But an additional little point that you made is what you said, that one of the problems with the left is that they can't get their act together. Now, if you've got a group that can't get their act together, how can you then expect them to run a country?
No, what I'm saying is they can't get their act together to form a coalition.
Well, yeah, but the coalition, there isn't a coalition. There's huge differences between the Greens and the Labour Party and the SDP.
Of course they are. That's because they're different parties. That's not what a coalition is. Not one party. It's different parties which are different because they have differences between them.
Yes, but
that's a coalition.
Yeah, of course, I understand that. I'm not totally dim, but if you look at the fairly dim, obviously compared with you, but then you are God Almighty.
Oh, well, that is true. Yeah, I am God Almighty. I am God Almighty.
Yeah, so play the music. But
then.
when we had coalitions, it didn't work with the Conservatives and the Lib Dems. Well, it didn't for the Lib Dems. It didn't work.
Well, what do you mean by didn't work?
Well, it didn't work for the Lib Dems because they wiped out in the next election.
But we're not interested in whether it works for the individual parties. We're interested in whether it works for the country.
Yes, but I don't think you can, because even within single parties, even within the Labour Party, you have got, and they would be the major shareholder in this coalition, there is massive differences between them.
Well, you know why? You know why, David? Because it's made up of people. people think differently from other people.
Absolutely.
So you don't think that a country could be run successfully with a coalition?
It's proved to be very difficult. The country with the greatest coalition system...
I'll give you a short list of countries that are run by coalitions. This is just in Europe. Albania, Armenia, Belgium, Bulgaria, Croatia, Cyprus, Czech Republic, Estonia, Finland, France, Germany, Iceland, Italy, Kosovo, Latvia, Lithuania, Luxembourg, Monaco, Montenegro, Netherlands, North Macedonia, Norway, Republic of Ireland, Romania, San Marino, Serbia, Slovenia, Spain, Sweden, Switzerland, Ukraine, and Northern Ireland. RRR. All of those countries are run by coalitions, David.
No, they're not. They're not.
Aren't they? Okay. No, they're not. Priceless. If ever you hear anything that disagrees with your fundamental principles, just say, no, it's not. That'll work. You can make something not be a fact if you just refuse to believe it. Wow. And you worked in further education, you say? Jim emails, don't worry, we have just announced to China a submarine plan that will take 10 years to implement. If you're going to start a war and your enemy said, hold on for 10 years, please, we're not ready, what do you think would happen? Best get out the Protect and Survive pamphlet from the 70s and make a nuclear shelter out of your internal plywood doors. Yeah, that's right. We're going to pick a fight with China. It's just all so silly. Nuclear submarines. That's not how the next war is going to be fought. And it absolutely, totally, and definitely is going to be fought with nuclear weapons, for crying out loud. Vladimir Putin's going to get some kid with a laptop to turn off our electricity. And then there'll be riots in the streets after about 10 seconds. I mean, can you imagine? No electricity means no internet. And then what? And no internet means no money. And nobody has cash anymore. I had a thing about cash. Wait a minute, see if I can come up with that. This whole cash thing, it's very, very upsetting. And you will miss it when it's gone. And Brexit has really fast-forwarded the disappearance of cash, which, of course, banks love. They don't get much money from giving you cash. But they absolutely, totally get money from having you pay for everything on a card. That's why they want it gone. I can't find it. I'll come up with it. Don't you worry about that. 0345 6060 973. This says, when Johnson can't face the truth, then how can you expect Tory voters to face the truth? On the anniversary of 9/11, Johnson made a speech about how America was a beacon of democracy, forgetting a sitting president encouraged his supporters to storm the Capitol building. Well, not this one. The previous one, you mean? The peach powder puff president.
Oh, shut up!
That guy. Anthony emails, the two biggest, and by the way, the Republicans are still, they still define themselves on that. That Joe Biden stole the election and that Donald Trump actually won. I mean, at least America is still there to avoid us being the laughingstock of the world. Anthony emails, two of the biggest lies of the Conservatives were their promise to level up. Yeah, level up. Yeah, that's right. They're going to level up. How's that going, by the way?
Fabulous.
Yeah. Two of the biggest lies of the Conservatives was their promise to level up and that we are all in this together. How can you level up by taxing the poor and cutting benefits? We are so obviously not in this together. I think it's called government by gaslighting. They just keep telling you that what you're seeing isn't true. It's not there. You know, like some sort of Jedi mind trick. Forgetting, Bodger, that you're not a Jedi.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Jedi uniforms do not come in your size. Let's have a call in, let me see, Willow. What a nice name. Lewisham.
Oh, hi there.
Is your name Willow?
Willow's
my nickname I went by back home. My name's Arthur.
Right.
Arthur Morgan.
Audrey.
Now, Arthur Morgan.
Audrey.
Morgan.
Right.
Arthur Morgan. But anyway, can you hear me okay?
Can I call you Audrey? Not really, but go ahead.
Okay, well, I'll speak nice and loud. Now, I'm from the United States. Essentially, I'm from a different time. But the way I was living, we didn't really have much of nothing, hardly any electricity, running water. But what we did have where I live was produce. Okay, produce. And what I'm seeing now in my state in the UK is a lack of produce because I'm in the flower business these days. I used to be in the train business. But these days, I can't get flowers delivered to where I am. You see, and I think it's because of this Brexit, the Brexit thing.
You can't get flowers, did you say?
I'm having a shortage of deliveries, my friend, of flowers, of peonies, of roses, of lilies, of all sorts of things, dahlias. And I don't really understand what's going on. I mean,
Well, that's you and me both. I've got no idea what's going on, and this is my own show. Are you serious?
I don't know. It doesn't feel like much of a joke. I mean, like, I've been seeing all sorts of friends of mine have been not getting their deliveries through. If it's vegan cashew cake deliveries or coconut shampoo subscriptions, I do all sorts of trade shows.
Yeah, okay. I'm going to leave it there because that's just too specific not to be a joke. If that's not a joke, then I apologise. But I thought you had me at coconut shampoo. Thanks a lot, Willow, if that is indeed your name. Can I call you Audrey? Craig emails, do the words sovereignty and democracy mean anything to you? They did to me when I voted for Brexit. Perhaps you don't realise we are into Brexit for just 8 months, which includes COVID, he says. Sovereignty and democracy. Ah, yes. No, Craig, they don't actually mean anything at all. They're just buzzwords that people like you throw out to try to make everything better. What does sovereignty mean to you? To make our own rules? Well, that's not how countries work. In order to negotiate trade deals with other countries, which we are desperate to do, we have to do what they want so that they will allow us to do what we want. That's not sovereignty. By sovereignty, you mean getting into a boat and going invading another country. Sovereignty means nothing. No country is an island anymore, metaphorically speaking. We all have to get along in some way. Compromise. Sovereignty. How does... Oh, God, I wish you'd called. I'd ask you. But I bet you couldn't put it in words. What does it mean? It's meaningless. It's just one of those words. That he throws out. Bodger. Sovereignty. And people go, yeah, that's right, sovereignty. To do... sovereign things with. And how about democracy? Good one. Well, we've got a country that's being run by a party that got 46% of the vote, considerably less than half, and yet they have 100% of the power. And they're overseen by a totally unelected upper house that the party in power stuff with their cronies. And they are topped by a completely unelected head of state. Yeah, that sounds democratic. Sure. Scott tweets, your last caller sounded like he was blaming COVID for Brexit being a disaster. Johnson had a chance to pause Brexit to deal with the pandemic. He said no. Well, yeah. He said, I'm on holiday. I will answer your emails when I return. Let's have Seven Oaks. Hello, Mark.
Hi. If Brexit's a problem, what's the solution?
Cheese.
How does that work?
Well, it stopped you talking. I don't know. You tell me.
Well, if you make a change and things go worse, then that demonstrates evidence that the original situation was better.
No, it just means that you haven't done it hard enough.
Well, how can you show that?
It doesn't. You don't have to show it. You just have to believe. Where's your patriotism, Mark?
What does that mean?
It doesn't mean anything. It's just what people say. Patriotism to people these days. Wait, hang on. Patriotism to people these days appears to be something defined by agreeing with the person who is yelling patriotism. If you do not agree with the opinion of the person that yells patriotism, that means you are unpatriotic. It's got nothing to do with wanting what's best for the country. It seems to have everything to do with wanting what's best for you personally.
That sounds like the type of patriotism that's patriotism to the Taliban.
What?
Well, if you don't like what the Taliban does in Afghanistan,
yeah.
they claim you're unpatriotic and probably try to kill you.
Yeah, claim your head.
Yeah.
That's right. So so think on.
Well,
is this going as like you thought it might? No.
Well, I was when I say that the solution is to join the EU, you don't like that solution, and I was wondering what you had in mind that was a different solution. I mean, that's the obvious solution to me, but maybe I'm just being naive. I mean, when something's not broken, you fix it and it goes wrong, then you just go back to where you were to start off with and start thinking again.
Mark, you're failing to understand the situation that we find ourselves in. We're not led by logic or even what is the most popular opinion. We're led by whoever shouts the loudest.
Yes, I've heard, I think his name's Preston, an ITV reporter, saying that there's essentially a battle between tradition and rationality, and I think that's not quite right. I mean, the rational people have
nothing.
What battle? Sorry,
there's a battle where?
Well, that's what he considers to be underlying the Brexit vote.
About tradition and what was the other one?
Rationality.
Rationality, right? Okay.
Well, I don't think that's quite right, because rational people don't object to a tradition that is rational. I mean, it's a battle between rationality and irrationality.
I think it's a battle between what is evidenced before us and hope. I think the problem is that it's a hope thing. People have pinned their hope for a better life on the lies that they've been told about Brexit. That's why they refuse to give up the dream, is because it would also mean two things. A, to admit that they've been had, loss of face, and B, to give up hope of a better life. And they don't want to do that. That's the problem.
Yes, but there's also the fact that it seems that a large number, something that looks like to me to be quite a big scams going on here.
Yeah.
When the last election, a lot of people who were supporting EU membership were exhausted, and they were persuaded to say that the campaigning issue was over at the time. Now, of course, the majority of people were not exhausted because they weren't campaigning; they're just ordinary people. And the result in that election indicated that the majority of people wanted another vote, in the sense that the majority were voted for parties that had that in their manifesto.
Yeah.
And that Leavers regard that as a mandate. So that sort of thing is a mandate. Yet it seems that it's become almost unfashionable amongst commentators to deny that people don't want another vote. But all the polling seems to indicate in the other direction.
Yeah, I think that part of the problem is that commentators, as you say, have been talking about this for like 5 years, and we just can't stand it anymore. I mean, I don't class myself in that category. I'm not really a commentator. I'm just a dope who plays cow noises on the radio. But, people who've been, serious people, they just can't stand it anymore. And they can't contemplate going through all that again. But you're probably quite right that it would be to the benefit of the nation. But nobody's interested in the benefit of the nation anymore. We're only interested in what benefits us personally.
Well, they don't say the same thing about, for example, the battle between Labour and Conservative, and that's been going on for the best part of a century. I mean, they don't suggest that the Labour Party should give up because it got 31% in the polls. And yet the people who want another vote got 53% in the polls. And they say they should give up.
Yeah.
I mean, it seems that those people, I think the Brexiteers saw them coming. They realised these people were exhausted and they wanted an excuse to have a rest, which is, on the personal level, understandable. And they've given them this, and it's something, I suppose, that some of these people want to believe, because they want to believe that they really shouldn't be putting any more effort in now because they need a rest.
You're coming at this from the wrong place. You're coming at this from a place of rationality, Mark. Think of it as this. Parents are in a supermarket with a small child. And the parents have said, no chocolate today. You've had enough chocolate, no chocolate. That's before they leave the house. In the supermarket, child spies chocolate and throws itself on the ground and screams blue murder right there in the middle of Tesco's. And what do the parents do? They say, oh, all right then. And they give the kids some chocolate just to stop it screaming. That's where we are.
Well, the point is that, to continue that analogy, neither of us have any children, and most people don't have any young children. And
what's that got to do with it?
What you're saying applies to a small number of people.
No, back at what I said before. We're not being led by rational people anymore. We're being led by whoever shouts the loudest. That's it. The end.
Well, I mean, why should people consider they're being led at all? Why can't they think for themselves? That's
Mark,
basically my position.
Have you met people? I've met people.
Maybe I haven't met many people.
Right. Well, you should leave the house once in a while. Or I would recommend, don't.
Yeah.
Close the curtains, switch off the internet, and maybe read a book. Unless it's been written by a person. Only read books that have been written by robots.
Affirmative.
Avoid people at all costs. Thanks a lot, Mark. Stop being so rational. If you shouted more, then maybe people would take your point on. Archie texts, in Scotland, the SNP are in coalition with the Greens, and we are a complete basket case up here. Not a good recommendation. I disagree, Archie. Plus, it's only just begun. So I was going to talk about this yesterday, but I got bogged down with the issues. As another desperate attempt to distract from their endless failing, corruption and incompetence, the government is reversing into the past to give what it thinks its old fan base wants, a return to imperial measurements. How easy life would be if we could only buy things in ounces and pounds and gallons. What joy it would be if we no longer had to multiply and divide by 10, as with the evil metric system, but were free once more to multiply by 12 and divide by 11. It's what every person in the land over 70 years of age has been dreaming for. And as those are the ones that can actually be bothered to go out and vote in an election, they're the ones that are the top priorities. The Tories are concentrating on them the most with this ridiculous Little Britain nonsense. Ask yourself, do these people take us for fools? And the answer is yes, because we've never given them a reason to think otherwise. We seem addicted to punishment. We'll excuse any amount of crookedness and cover-up and self-dealing, and we appear to actively enjoy being lied to. So why not give us what we want? Some half-baked fantasy about the good old days and how we'll bring back the fathom and the furlong and the cubit. Why not enact a law that says all British televisions must henceforth be black and white only? And whatever pubs are still open must close at 2 p.m. Sunday afternoon. And while they're at it, how about banning that newfangled internet and making it compulsory to wear a hat? So this is the distraction of the day. Shops could soon be allowed to sell fruit and vegetables in pounds and ounces as part of a government plan to hold a bonfire of EU red tape. And, as usual, it's the opposite of what they're saying. I mean, first off, no one under the age of 60 even has a single clue about what imperial measurements are, somewhat nailing down the demographic this regime is targeting. And, like I said, coincidentally, those over 65 are overwhelmingly likely to vote Tory and most likely to actually go out and vote in the first place. Second, it won't be a bonfire of red tape. It'll be the addition of a vast amount of new red tape. I mean, are they expecting traders to have two types of products? One for our market, in Her Majesty's Imperial weights, and another in metric for the rest of the world. And presumably a third in US imperial weights, which are different to ours. And of course, you can't just trust people to trade in weight without those weights being checked. So we'll need weights and measurements officials. And, fun fact, we don't have enough to go around now. Never mind to oversee 2 or 3 different measurements. I mean, it's all such obvious nonsense. You don't even have to scratch the surface. It's right there on the top of the surface. It's such a pathetic attempt at chucking a bone to oldsters who might be wavering in their allegiance to the Tories, and it's so half-hearted. It's as though they just can't really be bothered anymore. Is running this country becoming a bit dull for you, Bodge? Ministers have announced a major review of all the EU laws which were kept on the UK statute book after Brexit. The legislation made in Brussels will be improved or repealed if it's judged not to benefit the British people. The shake-up will include a review of EU restrictions on selling goods in pounds and ounces and could pave the way for a return to using more imperial units. The government's chief Brexiteer, Lord Frost, Megamind, the genius that negotiated the deal that he read after he signed it. He said, overbearing regulations were often conceived and agreed in Brussels with little consideration of the UK national interest, and now we have an opportunity to do things differently. Well, here's something you know already. We used to have control over what rules were conceived in Brussels, as we were round the table when they were conceived. You know something is going really badly when the people who brought it to you have to make up stories about how great it is because all the actual evidence shows it's been a catastrophe. Bodger Johnson asked former Cabinet Minister Sir Ian middle name Smith in February to convene a new task force on innovation, growth and regulatory reform. Its task was to look at existing EU laws and identify areas where improvements could be made. And the proposed changes include looking at whether to change the rules on people being allowed to sell goods using imperial units of measurement. How about proposing a change that makes it the law to play the national anthem at the end of films? How about a law that punishes the residents of streets that fly an insufficient amount of bunting on the Queen's birthday? How about a law that states every household must take their holidays in Bridlington and take a Union Jack thermos with them when they go there? The government said in its Brexit Opportunities document, we will review the EU ban on markings and sales in imperial units and legislate in due course. Oh, good. Well, as they have solved all other problems that face the country, I suppose they can concentrate on the big stuff, like reimposing ounces and deciding whether tetchy, angular, humanoid Dominic Deckchair Raab gets to use the taxpayer-funded palace at Chevening, or whether it goes to Luby Lou out of the Andy Pandy show, who has, presumably for her excellent work as Andy Pandy's right-hand person, been promoted to Foreign Secretary, which, considering the last 3 incumbents, is a position that only exists for comedy reasons. Bodge?
Yeah. Wait a minute.
The current law states that traders must use metric measurements like grams, kilograms, millimetres and litres when selling packaged or loose goods in England, Scotland or Wales. The only products which can be sold in imperial units are beer or cider by the pint, milk in a returnable container by the pint, and precious metals by the troy ounce. The existing rules state that traders can display an imperial measurement alongside the metric measurement, but it cannot stand out more than the metric measurement. I mean, honestly, you get the actual measurement of your youth right there on the packet, but it's still not good enough because there's a foreign measurement in bigger type. Sovereignty. I mean, what if Granny's gone to the shop without her reading glasses? She'll never know that 100 gram of broad beans is 3.5 ounces. She could put a ton of them in her trolley by mistake. The shift from imperial to metric measurements began before the UK joined the EU in 1973. But the gradual metrication became a rallying point for many anti-EU campaigners, which just goes to show how hollow the arguments for leaving were. I mean, it all amounted to one long wail about how great things were when they were young, and their knees worked. It wasn't even about a return to how Britannia ruled the waves, because none of us are old enough to remember back that far. Regulations were introduced in 1994 requiring goods to be weighed in metric, but they were fiercely opposed by some traders. You know, anything that's a change. The Metric Martyrs group, remember them? The campaigning group for the right to choose which unit of measurement to use. Also known as the People Don't Like Change group. They feel comfortable even when the system they suffer under is incredibly hard and difficult to fathom. I mean, seriously, how demented do you have to be to insist on not multiplying and dividing by 10? And prefer to multiplying by 12 and 16 instead? I mean, why not go the whole hog and start trading bags of slack and chickens? This a document called the Brexit Opportunities Document also includes a pledge to reintroduce the crown stamp on pint glasses in pubs. But do they mean the pubs that have shut, or the ones that have run out of beer? Nothing says that a country is being competently run more than a government that prioritises printing a crown that most people didn't even realise had gone on a glass, rather than getting lorry drivers to actually deliver the beer to go into those glasses.
Booze.
What a shower. The government said, we will remove the EU-derived prohibition on printing the crown stamp on pint glasses and allowing publicans and restaurants to voluntarily embrace this important symbol on their glassware should they choose to do so. Seriously, the actual government said that. They put out a press release to that effect. And then I assume they had a good laugh about how they can't quite believe they can get away with this stuff. The crown stamp. You've got to be kidding me. It dates back hundreds of years, was used to show drinkers that a pint or a half-pint glass was an accurate unit of measurement. It was replaced in 2007 by the EU's CE mark, which does the exact same thing. Whoever looks at it one way or the other. The plan to tear up EU laws includes a proposal to set up a new commission through which the public will be able to submit suggestions for cutting or reforming red tape. And you know that the government, well, you know what they'll do with those suggestions? They'll start that bonfire they promised with the red tape. They're asking for suggestions from the public. Got any ideas? Submissions will then be considered by officials who will make recommendations for change to the government. Yeah, no, they won't. No, they won't. Lord Frost, the Cabinet Office Minister, said today's announcement is just the beginning. The government will go further and faster to create a competitive, high-standards regulatory environment which supports innovation and growth across the UK as we build back better from the pandemic. Wow. Is he a real person or just a collection of sound bites chosen at random by a computer? Build back better, you say?
Affirmative.
High standards regulatory environment. Well, you know what? European rules are high standards. Anything else would be lower standards for the benefit of corporations who wish to pollute, financial firms that wish to rip off their customers, and companies that want to collude against the people. Just think, what would Donald Trump do? What did he actually do? I mean, you can't possibly think that the rules that we helped secure while in the EU will be replaced by better ones for our benefit. I mean, what about this regime would lead you to think that? Another of the reforms being pushed forward by ministers is to modernise the UK's driving licence system by rolling out digital documentation, which, of course, we could never previously have done while in the EU, because we have only invented digital since Brexit. And as though to prove my point about regulations, the government will also, in their words, reconsider regulations on using drones to spray plant protection chemicals on crops. This is already allowed, but only if it can be proved that it can be done in a way that does not harm human health or have unacceptable effects on the environment. So the only change to that law would be so that you don't have to show that it doesn't harm human health or have unacceptable effects on the environment. Let's have a call in Beaconsfield. Hello, Darren.
Hello, mate. So I was just calling. I was talking to your producer. I was canvassing with back in the Jeremy Corbyn campaign. I did a stint of canvassing alongside Keir Starmer in Acton years ago, and he was a lovely bloke. He was so down to earth, and I feel like he kind of just like lost the plot, and he got a bit kind of like Hollywood eyes or something like that.
Hollywood eyes? What do you mean?
I don't know. He's a bit too kind of plastic these days. It's like he's trying to do the whole kind of like, you know, being like a much more generic archetypal leader. But like he was much more kind of, I don't know, relatable when I met him. And the thing is,
is that because you were actually talking to him face to face rather than seeing him on TV?
Yeah. That, of course, that's going to be in there for sure. But you know what? I've been thinking, because I've been on a few of these campaigns now, and what I found like really interesting was in the mayoral election was that there was, you know, a couple of young guys who were just kind of Instagram celebrities or something, and then they did really well in the mayoral election. And I think, like, you know, what's happening in America with, like, Donald Trump, and I think, like, Dwayne The Rock Johnson or something is, like, is going up for presidency or whatever, like, you know, he's, like, celebrities and all this kind of stuff. I think we're missing a trick in this country, honestly. I feel like what these people understand, that Starmer and Johnson and all these people don't, is the power of mythology, mate, right? So, like, they know how to capture people who go and watch Marvel films and go and watch Lord of the Rings and all that, because they're trying to sell them a mythology. And we're not getting that in this country, and I'm not saying that's a good thing, but I just wouldn't reduce it down to just, in the entertainment world now. I think these guys are onto something, do you know what I mean?
You think Americans are onto something by having actors become president?
Well, they're capturing people's imaginations. I don't know. Like, it just always strikes me like, who can we get for prime minister now? Like, you know, we talk about Starmer and Johnson, all this lot. I mean, Craig David? I mean, I'd vote for Craig David if he ran for prime minister.
Okay. All right. Thanks a lot, Darren. Keir Starmer or Craig David? Discuss. I'm going to go with Keir Starmer. Hey, Keir.
You don't need to put all of that product in your hair. You just don't.
It's true. I can't believe I'm about to say this, but I agree with Donald Trump. Thanks a lot, Darren, for whatever that was. Bristol. Hello, Joe.
Hello.
Joe.
I wasn't sure whether it was me, Joe, or someone else, Joe. Yeah, what's the actor from Mickey Blue Eyes?
The actor from Mickey Blue Eyes?
He actually played the Prime Minister, didn't he, in another film?
Did he?
Yeah, I think so.
Mickey Blue Eyes. Yeah, that was the guy who had a lot of... His face got all messed up. He was a boxer, right?
No. Maybe it's not Mickey Blue Eyes. He played the Prime Minister in one film.
Oh, the English actor.
English actor,
right.
Yeah.
No, I was thinking of... who was I thinking of? Mickey Blue Eyes. It sounds like... Mickey Rourke. See, Mickey Rourke. Yeah, I know the bloke. He picked up somebody who shouldn't have oughta in a car in L.A. Hugh Grant.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, maybe he should be Prime Minister. He's got experience.
Having played one on TV. Yeah, great.
More experience than, I don't know.
Well, he has more experience than Keir Starmer for playing Prime Minister. Yeah, that's absolutely true, yeah.
Anyway, what's your take on Celsius versus Fahrenheit?
My take on Celsius versus Fahrenheit is Fahrenheit in the summer, because...
So Imperial in the summer.
Because 86 Fahrenheit sounds pretty warm to me, whereas its equivalent in centigrade doesn't. And then centigrade in the winter, because you know where you are with 0 centigrade.
That's straight out the Daily Mail playbook. That's what they do.
Is it?
Swapping stuff around. Yeah, swapping stuff around to grab the headlines. It's,
right.
So we should do that for selling stuff as well then. We'll sell everything in pounds and ounces in the summer, and we'll use grams and kilos in the winter.
Yeah, no, that doesn't make any sense at all. I'm not selling you anything Deborah Joe, I'm not selling you anything in Fahrenheit. There is nothing to sell in Fahrenheit.
No, but you need to pick one and stick with it.
No, I do not have to pick one and stick with it. I do not have to do anything of the sort. Fahrenheit in summer, centigrade in winter.
Yeah, but nobody knows Fahrenheit anymore.
What do you mean nobody knows? Loads of people do Fahrenheit.
Nobody under the age of 30 understands what you're talking about.
Nobody under the age of 30? Well, who cares about people under the age of 30? People under the age of 30 don't vote.
No, you're right there. No, they don't.
That's, by the way, kids...
That was my point.
OK, excellent point, well made. Thanks a lot, Joe. What's the temperature where you are?
Cold.
Cold. Yeah, right. Cold is the right answer.
Affirmative.
Yeah, it's a little bit chilly. I'll just check. I mean, I did the weather yesterday. I'll just see if it's improved any, the forecast over the next couple of weeks. No. No. It's a big no, and furthermore... No. Just the same. Gary emails, I've been talking to friends in France, Italy and the Netherlands, and despite also being hit hard by COVID, they really don't have the same level of problems that we're suffering here. They tell me they have seen news about our empty supermarket shelves and wonder if those who voted for this Brexit mess have now realised they've been had. No. To admit that there is a problem with Brexit would be to lose too much face, because it would be to A, admit that you've been had, and B, to lose hope that what you were promised is actually going to come about. Promised sunny uplands. If you admit that Brexit's a mess, then the hope and dreams of those sunny uplands just disappears on the wind like a bad smell.
I know a lot about wind.
And about bad smells too, I bet. Paul texts, this Mark chap sounds... Oh, this is the fellow that I was talking to about half an hour ago. He says, this Mark chap sounds like a total traitor. How dare he apply basic reason to matters of patriotism? If we go over a cliff, then as long as it's one of England's beautiful chalky cliffs, we'll be fine. That sounds sensible to me. Camden, Elizabeth.
Hello, Nick.
Elizabeth.
Sorry, I was just thinking something about what you said.
Thinking? Oh, well, that's to be discouraged.
I will take that as good advice. However, I want to get this really bad thought across. What might be a good idea, because everybody likes to put him down, but if he had a lot of sense, he could turn it the other way around. Seeing we're all into Trump's hair and Bodge's hair, I think Keir Starmer should have a very, very long hairstyle and toss his head and not have it all chic and feathered and nice, but have a really... I don't know, maybe a Cavalier type look would go well.
What, as in Roundheads and Cavaliers?
No, as in Laughing Cavalier.
Oh, right, the Laughing Cavalier. That kind of Cavalier.
Well, I'm just remembering the painting.
I think that, I know the painting.
With lovely ringlets at the bottom.
That's right, yeah. I mean, having crazy hair does seem to be a thing these days in political circles. But I think that Keir Starmer has his own hairstyle, doesn't he? I mean, it's not undistinctive.
Extended it,
yeah.
Yes, about 8 inches, 10 inches, 12 inches.
Now, in imperial measurements, can you do that in metric for us?
We did that before, you and I, and we had a fight about it.
Well, you double it and add 32 to get feet.
Quite.
So 2 times 10 is 20, plus 32 is 62. So that's 62 feet long. I don't think that would work. You're not making any sense, Elizabeth.
I know, but that's both of us. What can I do?
You can only take...
Night.
Yeah, all right, good night. You can only take care of your own sense and allow me to see if I can fashion some sense out of my own. Yeah, a little less hair gel, Keir. Carl takes, I work on a castle estate. I use feet, metres, steps and paces for the same length of post being used for fencing. They can change the words. It doesn't change the meanings. Carl, that seems ridiculous. You use 4 different measurements for the same thing. Pick one. Or pick 2. One for summer, one for winter. Select. Simon emails, all road signs will be changed as well. 30 miles an hour should be 80,640 furlongs per fortnight. Makes perfect sense, says Simon. Well, it makes perfect sense to me. Derek says, what they actually mean by improving standards is tearing up all the rights of workers. Yes, that's right. I would agree with that. That's what improving standards actually means. I mean, Tetchy Angular Humanoid, Dominic Deckchair Raab, is now overseeing the Human Rights Act, and he is ideologically opposed to the Human Rights Act. It's also, what would Donald Trump do? He'd elevate someone to a position that they are ideologically opposed to. Is to put somebody in charge of an institution that they wished didn't exist. That's what Donald Trump would do. And whatever Donald Trump does appears to be what Bodger does shortly afterwards.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Hey, Bodge. Yes. Anyway, there's more. Derek says, what they actually mean by improving standards is tearing up all the rights of workers. They are absolutely on a different planet called Planet Brexit, and unfortunately we're all caught up in this disaster. I have read it all now, and they say that they want to print a crown a crown standard on glasses. Is that all they have to worry about? Says Derek. Derek, believe me, they're not remotely concerned about it. They don't care. They just throw this stuff out as a distraction, so that the press will fall on it like a rabid dog, and people will be either applauding or outraged, depending. And a week will go by, and your eye will have been taken off what's actually going on, which is that this government is less an organisation of governance and more a smash and grab raid. It's all about the money, honey. There's now they've renamed it now the Department of Levelling Up. That's funny. So now they've labelled a department the Department of Levelling Up. That obviates the need to, level up. It's another one of these I'm gunners. Oh, we're going to put a big sign on the door. It says levelling up. You want leveled up? Come here. And then they just won't do anything about it. I mean, think, the Department of Housing didn't produce any. The Department of Business singularly failed to pay attention to any business people. The Ministry of Justice defunded the justice system. The Department for Environment, Rural, Food and Rural Affairs ignored farmers completely. And the Department of Education, well, it used to be run by that bloke. Department of Levelling Up. Anybody expecting anything of that?
No.
Not really. Anyway, the guy that's in charge is dancing. Hey, you dancing? I'm asking. Simon emails. Oh, no, I read that. Derek says, what they actually mean... Oh, no, I read that too. Wow, I'm way ahead of schedule. I'm doing very well. Let's have Slough. Paul.
Oh, hi, Nick.
Paul.
Yeah, I just want to make the point, really, that even though you could say Brexit's been bad from a certain point of view, for some people it's worked out rather well, because they've got more chance of employment, they've probably got higher wages, and they've probably been treated with a bit more respect by their employers. So not
who?
Everybody's losing here.
Like who?
Well, like basically anyone who's looking for a job at the lower end of the jobs market, particularly, obviously, the obvious examples are lorry drivers who hitherto were apparently, by all accounts, treated pretty badly.
They still are being treated pretty badly. They've got to sleep in lay-bys. They've got nowhere to wash. Their food is dreadful. You reckon?
But these are the kind of contradictions that kind of amuse me in a way. On the one hand, we were told Brexit would be an absolute disaster economically. Now we're being told because the economy is booming and there's not enough labour, Brexit's a disaster.
The economy is booming.
Well, this is the story that was going around last week. This is the legend that was going around last week. Labour shortages are a problem because employers can't fill all the vacancies they've got because the economy is doing so well. That doesn't make sense because Brexit
they can't. No, they can't fill the jobs that they have open because British people don't want to do those jobs.
Well, you say that. We live in a capitalist system. Now, are you telling me that they wouldn't do those jobs if the wages were high enough?
Well, it depends on what you mean by high enough, Paul. I mean, hang on a minute. If the job you're talking about is being a farm labourer, for instance, where people come in for a couple of months a year and they spend all day bending over double in a field and then they go back to where they came from. I mean, what level of payment would you give to people to do that? And where are they going to come from? Because those places where those jobs are, they're not a lot of people around because it's farmland.
Now, this is the problem. If you speak to a CEO, right, on £1 million a year, and you say to him, how come you get paid so much? He says, well, it's the market, right? I get paid the going rate because that's capitalism. That's how it works. But you're arguing that the guys at the bottom, that rule doesn't apply to them.
Of course it doesn't.
If there's a shortage of labour, their wages shouldn't go up to maintain some kind of weird equilibrium at the bottom. Paul, this is a bizarre argument.
The market... No, it's not bizarre. Of course it isn't. The market can only stand a certain level of wage for a job at the bottom of the scale because it would cost more to produce the goods than people are prepared to pay for them.
A company goes bust. Yeah, that's capitalism, right? If you can't afford to pay your workforce...
So that's your solution, that the country just goes bust?
No, my solution is that we get a redistribution of wealth from the top to the bottom.
Oh, yeah, well, good luck with that.
Well, no, because it's going to happen. This is exactly what we're seeing happening now.
Paul, look out the window. The redistribution of wealth is going in the opposite direction. It's going from the bottom to the top.
Costa just put up their wages by 5%.
Oh, wow. A whole 5%. What are they earning per hour now?
5% might mean something to somebody. It might not mean much to you, maybe, but it might mean something to people who work at Costa. But my point being, the only reason they've done that is because they're now competing at the bottom with a scarcity of labour. Capitalism is working. Brexit has brought about this situation. So,
no, it is not working because, listen, you can't keep putting the wages of the lowest paid people up without affecting the price of the product that they're selling. And as anybody knows who's been to a supermarket, the British consumer is highly affected by the price of things. And the evidence for that, the one that I always come back to, is eggs. Now, we claim to be an animal-loving nation. I mean, we aren't, but that's what we claim to be. Yet, will we pay 5 or 10p more per egg, knowing that that chicken has had a better life? No. Because it's about price. You can tell by the amount of shelf space that's given to organic meat and dairy products. We don't care about anything except price. We have caused the decimation of the British clothing industry because we don't want to pay £20 for a shirt. We want to pay £5 for 3 shirts in a pack made in China by some slave girl who's probably chained to the machine and works 7 days a week for 14 hours a day. And we're not remotely interested in the conditions that are surrounding the production of those shirts. All we want to know is how much they cost. So you can't, as a business... If the business is based on paying people a certain amount, you can't just double it or triple it or just think up a number and add a zero because your business is now no longer viable. Farms are going out of business. Food producers are going out of business. They can't get the people to do the jobs because British people don't want to do them for often very good reasons. I mean, these farming jobs, it's not all year long. They're not permanent jobs. They're not full-time jobs. They're concentrated in a certain period, and it's a couple of months of skilled, really hard work. And we don't have the skills, we don't have the experience, we don't have the time to just waste the rest of the year while just working for 2 months. I mean, what are we going to do for the rest of the year? What are those people that are going to sign up to a farming job going to do for the rest of the year? What do you expect them to do? And where are they going to come from? There aren't a large number of unemployed people near where farms are because not a lot of people live there. They're farms. So you're asking the impossible. In fact, you're just repeating what the government says. Oh, well, you should sort this problem out yourself. It's got nothing to do with those. Which is essentially their opinion. That's what they're telling business. Oh, well, it's nothing to do with those. You sort it out yourself. Just hire English people. Hire British people, they say. Yeah, well, fun fact, British people don't want to do those jobs. We didn't want to do them last year, and we didn't want to do them the previous decade, or 20 years ago, or 50 years ago. And it's not going to change. And even if it did, even if you could, like, say, like lorry drivers are being offered a £2,000 signing-on fee, and you can earn £40,000 or £50,000 a year. Well, after what period do you think that that's going to start showing up in prices on the shelves? And people will think, well, I'm not going to buy that anymore because the British consumer is completely dependent on its, as far as its choices go, on price. That's the most important thing to us. Ask anybody who runs a supermarket what the most important thing is. So they can't. They have a choice to continue with the business model they have, maybe increase the wages a little bit, but beyond that, they go out of business, and that's what's happening all over. I mean, and this insistence that we'll just you figure it out, says the government. You can't. What a show, eh? I mean, it's just what is happening in this country. It's just amazing, and it only took him 2 years.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Well done, Bodge. You've had more of an effect on this country than probably any other leader in history. 2 short years. How do you do it? This week, the CBI, this is from the 9th of this month. The CBI issued a stark warning that labour supply problems in industries ranging from construction to food and hospitality could last for up to 2 years. They said shortages identified by CBI members include, but are not limited to, forklift drivers, meat processing operatives, fruit and flower pickers, butchers, warehouse operatives, cleaners, housekeeping staff, chefs, scaffolders, carpenters, welders, electrical engineers and factory assembly workers. But apart from that, how are we doing?
Oh, fabulous.
The Guardian reported this is the most serious labour shortage since the 1970s, a decade marked by strikes and severe economic performance issues and stagflation, where inflation and unemployment rise at the same time. And the government's response? Underwhelming. Business Secretary Kwesi Kwarteng told business leaders at the end of August that foreign labour only offered a short-term temporary solution, suggesting that labour shortages could be met by recruiting from the UK. They've really got not one clue, do they? We don't have vast numbers of desperate unemployed people, and we long ago made our minds up that we didn't want to do those jobs, which is where our European friends came in. I mean, things were rubbing along quite smoothly, weren't they? But now they're not here anymore, and we still don't want to do those jobs. I mean, at this point, I wouldn't be surprised if the government announced that prisoners will be conscripted to do the jobs of cleaners and warehousing and manufacturing. And because there aren't enough prisoners, everyone that voted Labour at the last election will go to jail. They'll say it's right and proper, and the government is taking the hard decisions, and it's what the public want. So the government's not for turning on getting the foreigners back, because that's pretty much all they've got. I mean, in the absence of a single piece of good news about Brexit, they're pushing the dinghies back out to sea party. I mean, can you think of anything else they stand for? Apart from benefiting themselves and enriching their donors. Apart from that, what have they got? I mean, what have they actually done in the almost 2 years since Bodger came to power? Apart from come up with some vapid slogans and rummaging about in the dressing-up box for innumerable photo shoots. What have you actually done apart from that, Bodge? The CBI's Director General, Tony Danker, said standing firm and waiting for shortages to solve themselves is not the way to run an economy. But, you know, he's only an expert, so why would anybody pay attention to him? He said the CBI has heard from companies actively cutting capacity because they can't meet demand, like hoteliers, limiting the number of bookable rooms because they don't have enough housekeeping staff and can't get the linen laundered. Restaurant owners have had to choose between lunch and evening services while trying to make the most of summer. There's been a chicken shortage at Nando's, a milkshake shortage at McDonald's, a beer shortage in Wetherspoons. You know, if somebody had only predicted that this might happen and warned us before we voted. I mean, somebody other than the millions of Ramonas, of course, whose warnings were just to project fear. Back in May, Logistics UK was reporting that a nationwide shortage of HGV drivers is stalling businesses' recovery from the pandemic. And this is now at crisis point, according to the Road Hauliers Association. There's a shortage of more than 100,000 drivers in the UK. But the government isn't really interested in that, because lorry drivers won't stump up £250,000 to be a member of a secret Tory dining club, so they're not really front of mind with the regime. I mean, this government is like a fairground attraction. You have to be this rich to go on this ride. By the way, it takes 18 months to train a driver. Even a faster testing system won't be sufficient to solve the current crisis. And, of course, there's this thing called Christmas on the way. Jesus' birthday. That's when the demand goes way up. But, you know, don't worry. Bodger will be appearing at a donor's factory or in front of a donor's new housing estate in a bow tie at a financier's dinner and tell us that we must burst vigorously hence and something in Latin and some old nonsense Greek fairy tale you learned at university. And everyone will say, oh, he's doing his best. What a way to run a country, eh?
Dreadful.
0345 6060 973. Let's have Bognor Regis. Peter.
You're joking. Christ, I'm just cooking now. You all right?
Peter, I had one of the best pizzas I've ever had in Bognor Regis.
Really? Where? Not at my house.
No. Funnily enough, no.
No.
It was in the park.
Right.
There's a park in Bognor Regis, which is marvellous.
Park.
Is it?
Hoffman Park.
They've got a cafe there that sells pizza. Oh, my God, it was absolutely sensational.
Do you know what? I never even knew they sell pizzas there. You're joking.
I am
in
not
Hoffman
joking.
Park.
Well, if that's the park I'm thinking of, then yes.
It's got to be Hoffman Park. Yeah,
Right.
It's the only park here.
It is a
Hoffman Park, big
sensation,
green thing with
Peter. Trust me when I tell you. Best
Excellent.
pizza ever.
I used to go to my girlfriend and we used to have ice cream and things like that. But it had a boating thing, yeah?
Did it?
And a bandstand and stuff like that, yeah? That's Hoffman Park. Yeah, that's Hoffman
Right.
Park.
Well,
yeah, it's been there for years.
I
In fact,
loved
the
it.
guy, well, Richard Hoffman is the guy that founded Bognor Regis, apparently, so I'm told.
Oh, yeah.
Which is Hoffman Park. It's named after him.
Right.
Bit of history for you there.
Oh, history. Love it.
Boring.
Yeah, pretty much so, yeah. Bugger Bognor, eh?
Exactly.
Do you know what? I forgot what I phoned you up about. 'cause
Oh, no.
I lost the will to live, but never mind.
So what are you cooking?
I was going to cook some beef burgers because I've had a few lemonades tonight, so I thought I'd have something to eat.
It's a bit late, isn't it?
Yeah, but I've not eaten today.
Oh, okay. Well, carry on.
Yeah, I normally... Yeah, thank you very much. Well, no, I've turned it off now. It's all right, it's all fine, it's all good. But I do like your show. You're very funny sometimes.
Sometimes,
your
yeah, every now and
politics.
again, by mistake.
Yeah, ain't we all, eh? But I actually found out I want a rebate from the government.
A rebate?
Not that I'm going to get one. Or yeah, because everything I pay for, right, whether it's right, okay, hold on.
What's happening?
Right, when you no, I'm just going to Not a lot. I'm just trying to light a cigarette.
Oh.
No, you probably can't mention cigarettes nowadays because obviously it's against the law.
No, cigarettes give you fresh breath confidence, and that is the official position of LBC.
Do you know what? I actually agree with you for once on that one. I think you're correct, 100%.
Right.
Right, what was I saying?
A rebate.
I can't remember.
You want a rebate?
Yes, thank you very much. Yes, I do. Yeah, from the government, because, right. Every day I work, whatever, I pay my council tax. I know it's all the council, but I want a rebate because not only are they not doing a good job, but they're doing an awful job. I went to the supermarket today to buy whatever. I couldn't even buy mushrooms, for Christ's sake. I could buy mushrooms. I had to buy 4 manky old mushrooms that weren't worth nothing. I had to pay for them because there's nothing on the shelves.
Could you not have had something other than mushrooms, or did they only have mushrooms?
No, I needed mushrooms because I was going to cook one of these bolognese things,
What, foreign food?
So,
ugh.
Yeah, well, someone's got to know, haven't they? We can't be racist all the time, do you know? Now and again...
Oh, well, all right, then.
You've got to give and take, do you know what I mean? So I thought, I'm going to have mushrooms. Yeah. I couldn't buy them. Well, I did, but they were awful things. They're brown old things. There's nothing there.
And you want a rebate?
Not from Safeway, although I ought to, actually. Or the supermarket, sorry. Because it's rubbish. But my point is I'm working every day, I pay my tax, etc., etc. I pay my council tax. What for? I don't actually know to this day, to be honest with you. I want a rebate. Because the government's surely responsible for filling my supermarket shelves up for, if I'm being murdered,
Yes.
I can't phone the police because they put you on call now, or they put you on that. You get that automated robot thing,
Yeah, they'll ask you to call back later on if you're still alive.
Correct. If I'm still alive, yeah, unbelievable. You know what I mean? So I want a rebate, basically.
Okay, well, stand by your door. It will be appearing at a letterbox near you soon, Peter. A large cheque is coming your way. I absolutely guarantee it. This guarantee is not available. There are no cheques. Always read the label. Terms and conditions apply. I heard that the mushrooms in that supermarket that you mentioned are the finest quality available to humankind. That's what I heard. But I wish you all the best with your that whole rebate thing. Thanks, Peter. Try the pizza in the park. Assuming that place is still open. Rob texts, how about standardising all measurements to opinions? For example, in my opinion, that's 2 foot long. Brexiteers will love it. What? There's a kernel of something in there, but I'm not sure what it is. Colm, this makes more sense. Colm emails, I suggest the government just tell us the truth and change London's 20-mile-an-hour speed limit to 20 hours per mile. Well, maybe it's just because of the time of day that I travel, but I am the only person that ever does 20 mile an hour in a 20 mile an hour zone. Sure. Hello, Mike.
Hi, Nick. Yeah. Are you well tonight?
I am. Thanks.
Brilliant introduction. The best for at least a day. That first 15 minutes was superb.
Oh, cheers.
Right. Next point is, have you got a Nobel Prize for economics? Because you will so easily destroy these people who come on saying capitalism at work when it forces wages up, etc.
Well, I agree that people are paid too little at the bottom of the food chain. People are paid too little. I mean, it just seems a cruel and unusual punishment, and the people at the top just take way too much money. But what's happening now is not a rebalancing. It's not a levelling up. It's the opposite of that. Whatever this government says, just think the opposite of what they've just said, and that's what they're doing.
Yeah, that brings me on to my main point, really, that if you think since Boris got crowned as Prime Minister, he's gone on endlessly about how he supports females around the world getting educated.
Does he?
Nearly every sort of time he took an international stage, he he parroted, "We are supporting females getting educated." And then he said, when we pulled out of Kabul so badly, we are going to support the Afghan people. This doesn't mean that we're not going to support them. We're going to use our global influence to help the Afghan people.
Yeah, our global influence, right.
But this week it's been announced that the Taliban have not allowed girls or female teachers to go back to school. So how is he going to square that circle then? With our global influence, and he's going to help the Afghan people, and he's all in favour of females getting educated, but they're not. So how is he going to answer that one?
Mike, I refer you to the answer I gave some moments ago. Whatever the government says, just think the opposite, and that's what they're doing.
It's getting absolutely ridiculous.
It is getting. I agree. I think it's sort of beyond amusement now. I mean, America sort of went through this with the Donald Trump, but that was a more extreme example of what we got here, because like Donald Trump was sort of, well, I don't know, he was just a ridiculous cartoon figure of a boiling fury and anger. But our particular Trump, he's sort of less that and more sort of a Just William. I don't know. I've got no idea what the hell's going on anymore. I mean, what on earth is going on anymore? Please explain it to me.
You brought Trump into this, and we all thought that Trump had invented alternative facts. But when you dig into Nadine Dorries' history, she put on her blog that it was 70% fiction, 30% facts, because she wanted to convince her constituency how much she believed in them, and she would happily exchange facts, dates, people, as was appropriate. And that was in 2013. Well, that's before Trump. Perhaps Trump learnt this from Nadine Dorries, and she's now in charge. I mean, apart from the fact that the woman who was on about gay marriage should be thrown in the bin, and look what she's in charge of.
Well, yes. As with almost everything else that this regime does, just think, what would Donald Trump do? And Donald Trump would put in power in people who are ideologically opposed to the organisation that they're running. He did it over and over and over again. Put somebody in charge of the environment who used to work in an oil company and has sued the very department that he is now running so that the oil company could pollute more. He did it with every department. He just put in control of the government department somebody who was ideologically opposed to that department even existing. And that's what we've got here.
Absolutely.
It's just amazing that everything they do is what would Donald Trump do. I mean, I keep tweeting this on a daily basis with their every move and action. And it just seems so remarkably obvious that I don't see how everybody is not seeing this. It's as though Donald Trump is actually running this country by remote.
Hopefully by the next election, people will wake up.
Yeah, best of luck with that, Mike. Thanks. 0345 6060 973. Wake up, people. It's later than you think. Oh, by the way, I do another podcast called The Nick Abbott Habit. And it's from old shows pre-COVID. And I was edging up to the point at which I mentioned COVID on this show for the very first time 2 Januaries ago. And I'm now at that point. I heard me say the Invisible Menace, its name, for the very first time, just today when I was pulling out clips to put together. And what a jolly time we had, contemplating it. If only we knew. So that will be out on Monday. That's the Nick Abbott Habit. The first time I mentioned the name of the Invisible Menace on the air. This news coming in from this bizarre thing that's happening in China. 0345 6060 973. Let's have a call in Lancashire. Annie.
Yep, Nick, how you doing?
I'm great, mate.
Good. Well, you've just said, actually, what I rang up to say. Because you mentioned when it came on the news about the Department for Levelling Up, and you said, oh, well, that means they won't do anything about it.
Yes.
And the same for the bonfire of regulations, although at the same time, miraculously raising standards. But it's worse than not doing anything. It's Orwellian doublespeak. Just for whatever they say they're going to do, read the opposite.
Yes.
The Department of Levelling Up is actually, they'll be carrying on levelling down, as they have been for the last 11 years.
Yeah.
And the bonfire regulations, while raising standards, which doesn't seem a possibility, means standards will be dropping, workers' rights, the environmental standards, animal welfare, you name it.
Yeah, preventing banks from ripping their customers off, which seems like a pretty basic one to me, but that'll go. They can't wait to get rid of that.
Yeah, well, they get rid of just everything that means that, their mates who are making a lot of money can make even more money.
It seems to be that's where we're at. I mean, it's remarkable. I can't think of another period that I've been alive when the government of this country has seemed less like a government and more like a smash and grab raid.
Yes, it's like some banana republic, really,
it is,
isn't it? Turned into one.
It's like we've become a joke in this country.
Yes.
This country has become a joke.
Definitely. And Brexit is going just really well. I mean, I heard something this week that I just couldn't believe. My partner's physio was around here, and she said her son's going to uni in Spain for a year. I think he must be doing Spanish or something. And she said, I have had to pay thousands, not just 1,000, but thousands to get him a visa to go, whereas it would have been free a few years ago.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, I just can't believe how stupid the whole thing is, and that people will still just not admit that we've been conned. How bad is it going to get in the shops? Are we going to be like 1980s USSR, where we're all queuing outside for bread before people actually will admit, well, this perhaps wasn't a good idea?
I come back to my assertion that people who voted for it will never, ever, ever admit that they've been had, because it would be too much loss of face, and B, a loss of hope. And I think it's the hope part. I mean, you can get over a bit of embarrassment. Oh, okay, well, fair enough. There were billions of adverts telling me lies that were stuck up my Facebook feed. It is understandable that you could get fooled by that. But it's the loss of hope part that I think is going to be a real sticking point, because if you admit that you've been had, then you also admit that there are no sunny uplands, and all of those fantastical promises that were thrown your way, they were all lies. None of that stuff exists.
Yeah, that's true. I do think you're right about that. I also think about the government saying all the while, that they're not going to have any more foreign workers in, that British workers have got to do everything.
Yeah.
I think they'll start sneaking them in. I think they'll start just giving, little bits of exceptions here and there, because they know the economy just cannot run without foreign labour.
Well, that supposes that the government is actually interested in the economy running, that they are actually interested in the success of the country. And I'm not convinced that's true.
Yeah, but I think if things get too bad, people will get out on the streets and start getting angry. Even the British, who are fairly useless at it.
Right,
really.
and that's why they're enacting a law that will make protest against the law.
Yes, exactly. That is really scary. But if things get too bad, they'll just get like Romania. They'll just be out there and hopefully ousting them and roasting them somewhere. All of them.
Yeah, but don't forget, Annie, he's doing his best.
He is, and he's such a cuddly chap,
isn't he? He's lovely. All right, thanks a lot, Annie. Cheers. There was this. I don't know how much evidence needs to pile up before people will actually admit that they've been conned. This is the former boss of Sainsbury's. He said that Brexit will have a bigger impact on the food and drink industry than the COVID pandemic, said the former boss of Sainsbury's. But, what does the former boss of Sainsbury's know about food and drink? Justin King said that it was inevitable that prices would rise because of supply chain issues. He said, in 2 years' time, you're all going to realise Brexit was bigger news than COVID. He said, I think it's already clear that it's true. Labour, relative to your business, is going to become a much more expensive resource because of that, and that means productivity and your approach to it is going to fundamentally change. A lot of what's happening with this is the new normal, he said. Our labour situation in the UK now is structural and long-term, with a real lack of political will to sort it. And the reason there's a lack of political will for that, for what they used to call the party of business, to help business, is that the Tories are now the party of demonising foreigners. That's their unique selling point. It's what their fans crave even more than food itself. Someone with a funny accent to blame for their troubles. So this is the man who used to run Sainsbury's, Justin King, who predicted in 2017 that Brexit would lead to higher prices, less choice and poorer quality. He said there's a border in the Irish Sea, it's not going away, and forever that is going to be a change to the nature of business. That's the same border down the Irish Sea, by the way, that Bodger Johnson said would never exist under his leadership. They're also the same higher prices, less choice and poorer quality that Jacob Smug promised airily would be cheaper prices, more choice and higher quality. Liar! It's almost as though they're not telling us the truth. So Justin King, who used to run Sainsbury's, he warned of price rises and said the industry was in mid-crisis, not midlife crisis, mid-crisis. He said, we have a long way to go and we absolutely don't know what the journey is. Now, this is a fellow who knows what he's talking about. He was the chief executive of Sainsbury's parent group for a decade before stepping down in 2014. He was previously director of food at Marks & Spencer and also held senior positions at Asda. So what does he know about it? Compared to, say, some bloke who had a column in a newspaper. Bodger?
Yeah. Wait a minute.
And Justin King's not alone. His comments were the latest in a string of warnings from sector chiefs about the impacts of Brexit on the food and drink industry. On Thursday, the chief executive of the Co-op said that supermarket prices were going to go up due to supply chain problems, as in a severe shortfall of workers and rising commodity prices. Marks & Spencer announced on Thursday it would have to close 11 of its French stores due to Brexit. Their international director said the supply chain complexities in place following the UK's exit from the European Union now make it near impossible for us to serve fresh and chilled products to customers to the high standards they expect, resulting in an ongoing impact to the performance of our business, said the bloke at M&S. Nothing says global Britain more than the cornerstone to the British High Street for over 100 years having to close in its biggest foreign market. It's a Brexit dream come true. There's about 500,000 job vacancies across the food and drink supply chain, and demand for workers is leading to wage inflation, which is going to be passed on to you. Someone texts, maybe if our homes were well insulated, the money we save could be spent on higher food prices. Okay. And David says, the government seems more concerned that my greengrocer sells in kilograms rather than pounds, and less worried about the fact that his veg is rotting in the ground or stuck on the back of a lorry which is waiting for a driver. Yeah, well, that's because they're ideological, or they think their fans are ideologically opposed to foreigners. And so that's what they're going to concentrate on, because that's where they think the votes are. And anything else that happens around Brexit, well, they can blame it on COVID or the EU being mean to us. Bill! Why are they so mean? Watford. Hello, Arif.
Hi, dear. This is first-time caller. Thank you very much for taking my call.
Thank you for making your call.
Lovely. Right. I would like to give my input on the labor crisis we were discussing earlier.
All right.
Right. I don't know where to start from because there is so much going on in my head. Right. Okay. I'm running 2 small businesses, right? Been in the UK for 17 years, right? Born and brought up in Saudi Arabia, lived few years in Pakistan, then came here. So I have observed 3 different countries, different culture, different infrastructures and blah, blah, blah. Based on that, I have a little bit of experience, I would say. Not that I'm trying to be patronizing, saying that I know more than anyone else or not. Okay. From day one, I landed in this country. I have felt that there has been a labor crisis here. It's a little bit unfair to, just blame Brexit for all of it. Brexit, you can say, was the last nail on the coffin, right? But this labor crisis problem in this country has been there for a long, long time, and it was only getting worse day after day,
But
day after day.
what do you define as a labor crisis?
My friend, there are people out there, but they are not willing to work, right? Apparently, people are losing jobs.
I don't think that's true. They want to work, but they just want the right kind of work. They don't want to bend over in a field and yank turnips out of the ground all day. Who does?
Yes, agree with that. And yes, I agree with that. And this is exactly what you were discussing with this guy, I think, half an hour ago, and that really made me make this call. You were the guy, were saying that, if you're paying them right, they will do the job. I totally disagree with that. There's so many people out here, even if you pay them £20 an hour, they're not going to work. Because part of the problem, which I explained to your colleague when she answered the phone, part of the problem is the benefit system. Now the benefit system, it's very good. It's designed to help the needy people. But there's so many loopholes, and the system is so lenient that it's been exploited by the people, and they are better off staying at home. My friend, in 1 year...
Arif, I just don't buy that. I mean, what evidence do you have that people are living a life of luxury, putting their feet up and smoking a cigar by not working? Do me a favour.
My friend, in 1 year...
Stop calling me your friend.
Okay, Nick, I have interviewed 300 people in 1 year.
Yeah.
Literally 300 people.
To do what?
Right?
To do what?
I have a leaflet distribution business, right? We were one of the biggest companies in Watford. Now the business is up there for sale.
Yeah.
Just because of the shortage of people.
Okay, so you interviewed 300 people, and they didn't, and most of them didn't take your job.
2 shifts, 3 shifts, and then they say that, is there any possibility you can pay cash in hand? And I was, why would you need cash in hand? You know what? I have reasons and blah and blah.
Okay,
and blah.
that's not 300 people said that. A few people might have said that. A few people are always on the take, regardless of how much they earn an hour or what their position in society is.
Yeah, my friend. Sorry, Nick. Nick. Sorry. You know what? Like I said, there's so much going on in my head. I don't know what to say. Anyways, Nick, yes, I agree with you. I'm not saying everyone is doing that, but a lot of people are better off staying at home. I'm not saying this is the main reason. I'm not saying this is not that.
I just don't believe you. That's an assertion that you're making. You're not basing it on any evidence. The only evidence that you have is that you've employed or you tried to employ people to do a certain kind of job, which I imagine didn't pay very much, and they didn't want to do it. Now, you don't know if they then left your place and went to do another job that was better for them and better paid. You assume that because they didn't want to do your job, that they then left to do nothing.
Some of them have done the same thing. Every now and then I meet them here and there, and they say, okay, I would like to do 2 more days, but they never turn up on the work. I'm not saying all of the people are doing this because of the benefit system. But like I said at the beginning, part of the reason is this. Secondly, people are so much choosy nowadays, They keep on switching the jobs from one place to another. from one place to another, from there to...
Yeah,
I have
because it's what suits them. I mean, you said that you came here through Saudi Arabia. You can't tell me that the citizens of Saudi Arabia are doing the menial jobs. They don't.
Yes, they're not.
They employ people from other countries to do those jobs for them. They're just like us because they're too rich and they're too fat and they're too comfortable to do those vital jobs that don't pay much that make a country go round.
Totally agree with you. Although you haven't agreed with the points I have made, but that's not. It's not a battle between you and me. It's just a
it's not a contest.
Exactly. What you have just said leads me to another suggestion. Sometimes I just wish I could knock on number 10 Downing Street and say that I have a suggestion. Just listen to me. If you don't like it, discard it. But it's just a small, suggestion.
Yeah.
But Saudis, doesn't matter how they are. Let's not discuss about the human rights and all that over there. Saudi Arabia, Dubai, all these countries, right? In fact, not just Middle East. Let's talk about Australia.
Okay, back off that.
Okay.
I want to hear your suggestion. Okay. What's your suggestion?
Okay, right. So all the employers, they have their representatives in different, let's say, boroughs and, whichever way the system works over there, right? So the employers, they will give the list of the people they're short of. For example, I'm running, let's say, a soft drinks business, right?
Yeah.
I need a forklift driver, right? I need someone who should know how to use that specific machine which wraps the drinks, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
But what do you do with the list?
Okay, you provide the list to your representative of that area, right? Now that representative passes on that list to the government. Let's say Saudi government, right? Now Saudi government advertise it worldwide. Now it could be someone from Philippines, it could be someone from Pakistan.
Can I stop you there, Arif? The government is ideologically opposed because they think their fans want it this way, that no foreigners will set foot on this country.
Sorry, can you rephrase that? Sorry?
No. I'll try briefly because I'm right up against the news. But there's no point in advertising menial jobs internationally. That's the reason that we're in this place to begin with. It's because people thought that, they're coming over here and they're taking our jobs and blah, 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 blah. The government is not going to do anything about it if it involves bringing people from other countries to this country to fix the problem. Because that's the reason that they're in power, is because they offered the opposite of that. To say goodbye to all of those people that were doing the jobs that made this country go round. Because we thought we'd be better off when they left. Comes to find out, the opposite's true. But anyway, I appreciate the call there, my friend. Vancouver. Hello, Nick.
Oh, hi, Nick. Sorry, I wasn't expecting you there. I just wanted to critique the typical Brexiteer and typical non-Brexiteer argument. There are only two choices, that either wages will go up or the companies will close down. The third choice, which is the one that's actually going to happen, is the companies will move to where the workers are. So they'll just move their operations to Romania and Poland so they can continue to pay next to nothing whilst doing the same work and shipping the products, sausages, whatever, back to Britain.
This is what the consumer wants. This is why China makes all of our stuff. Not because we think that they make excellent quality products, it's because they make it cheaper than we could.
Yeah, and they make it cheaper because they've got a cheap workforce.
Yes.
And most of they're listening to the sort of the butcher, the shortage of butchers and carbon dioxide and what have you. It's like, well, I live in Canada. I'm in British Columbia. Our meat comes from Alberta, which is like 800 miles away, because they have huge butchering plants there that employ, thousands of low-wage butchers. Most of whom come from Mexico and Central America, because that's where we get our low-wage workers from. And the other thing I'd like to say is, if you're coming up to Canada or coming to England to work as a fairly terrible job like picking potatoes or the like, you're not coming up to these countries because you particularly want to become a potato picker.
No.
You're going to these countries because you want the opportunity to move there permanently.
Well, no, not necessarily, because I think that there's an alternative to that. The people are coming here to earn a lot more money in a shorter period than they could possibly earn at home, and then they're taking that money that they've earned over, say, a summer of fruit picking or whatever, and then they're going back to their families.
Well, this is true, but ultimately, if they can, they will find a way to stay and then bring their families up. I mean, that's the ultimate sort of prize.
No, it depends on whether they want to or not. I mean, why would you want to go to a country whose citizens have declared that they don't want you there? I mean, why would you want to do that other than to earn more money in a couple of months than you could possibly earn in a year back home?
Kind of depends on how bad the country you've come from is. For instance, I've never understood why anybody from Mexico or Central America would want to live in the United States, because the average white American positively loathes Hispanics. But then you look at, and I actually had a Honduran refugee kid live with me for a few years. When he talked about life in Honduras, it's like, okay, yeah, I can understand why coming to a country where the people don't like you that much is still a better option than being back in Honduras or El Salvador.
Right, but you can't compare that to like Poland or somewhere like that, where we've traditionally got a lot of the workers at the sort of bottom end of the pay scale.
This is true, and I would agree with you there. I do think, though, that if you're coming from Poland or Romania, the opportunity to set up a building company in Britain and do very well is a tempting one for someone in their 20s or 30s. In the same way that I came to Canada originally for a bit of a laugh, never really thought I was going to stay here. 35 years later on, I'm still here because I did so well out of it.
Right.
You know?
35 years later, how do you like it?
Pretty good. I'm certainly happy that I can go buy huge baskets of mushrooms in my local supermarket. I don't have to restrict myself to 4 or 5 easily dried out crappy ones
Brown
back
ones.
of the shelves.
Yeah. All right, good to know. Thanks a lot, Nick. He is completely satisfied with his mushroom collection. There's a fungus among us in Vancouver, Canada. Yes. 0345 6060 973, text 84850, email nica@lbc.co.uk, and if you're on Twitter, it's @LBC. This text says, how is it when there is a shortage of lorry drivers, we're told that it's nothing to do with Brexit, it's all the pandemic, and yet when wages go up at Costa, that's all because of Brexit, nothing to do with the pandemic? Even though other countries, like the US, are increasing service wages and not having empty shelves. Well, it's a very complex thought there, anonymous person who sent that in, but yeah. It's Brexit. I don't notice any other countries reporting that they are looking at empty shelves in supermarkets. Now, I've been to... just like everybody else, I'm a normal person, and I go to supermarkets just like everybody else, and I've noticed that there's the things that, not vast stretches of empty shelves, but just things that I would have picked up that aren't there. And it happens quite a few times. You think, well, okay, well, maybe they just run out and I'll go next week. And then it becomes a pattern. You think, oh, right, they've run out. Yes. Bev texts. I mean, we ain't going to starve, probably, unless the situation is considerably worse than we've been led to believe. But we'll just have less choice, and it'll cost us more. Bev texts, why don't they go back to letting kids work from the age of 16 rather than insisting that they stay in education until 18? There are a few thousand who would rather earn than do media studies, says Bev. Like that's what everyone is doing between the ages of 16 and 18, media studies. And they absolutely flat out and totally don't want to do any of those jobs that we are in want of. They don't want to be, they don't want to work in a slaughterhouse, and they don't want to clean hotel rooms, and they don't want to work in shops or behind a coffee bar or in a restaurant. They don't want to wash dishes or any of that stuff. I mean, when was the last time, before all this mess happened, when was the last time you went into a restaurant in any major city and you were served by a British person? They just don't do that. We don't do those jobs. And it's not to the detriment of the country that we don't want to do those jobs, because we don't have a vast number of unemployed people. So the truth of it is that we do better jobs. You see, if you have people that are more desperate than we are, who come from countries that are less, not evolved, that's not the right word, but are less economically well off than we, then they will be prepared to do jobs that we as a society depend on at a rate that we, the consumer, can afford or is prepared to pay for. And because we don't have a large number of long-term unemployed, it means that by allowing people to come in and do those jobs, we do better jobs. I mean, there's so much evidence that that immigration does not lower wages. It actually allows the citizens of the country, subject to immigration, to do the managerial jobs, while the immigrant workers do the more sort of menial tasks. It actually helps rather than hinders. But you can't. But of course, that's not in every case. Not everybody wins, but more people win than the situation we've got now. Is we've got all these jobs going wanting, and companies are going bust because of it. It's just tragic. Farmers are ploughing fruit and vegetables into the ground because they can't get people to pick it out. Tons and tons, hundreds of tons of perfectly good food is being wasted because the people who used to pick it aren't coming anymore. Why aren't they coming anymore? Because we told them not to. Let's have Brighton. Hello, John.
Hello, Nick. Yes, I can't wait until we go back to the good old British weights and measures. You know, all the old pounds and ounces and feet and inches.
It'll be marvellous.
Bushels, and it's going to be fantastic.
It really will. It'll solve all of our problems.
Yeah. I can't believe in the news. I think you missed it on the first news. I can't believe that. We've got a new department, the Department for Levelling Up.
Levelling Up, yeah.
You just couldn't make it up, could you?
No. Well, it's not even a new department. They're just relabelling an old one. Yeah.
It's like the Department for Housing and whatever community. Now they've added Levelling Up. But I think it wouldn't surprise me that now they've got someone to blame, haven't they? So whoever's the minister for that, once that all falls through and doesn't work out, we've got someone to blame.
It's going to be his fault. Yeah.
Yeah. It's just
it's less a cabinet and more a collection of defence of shields that Bodger surrounds himself with, so as to deflect any criticism. It's his fault or her fault, whoever it might be. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Thanks a lot, John. Cheers, mate. 0345 6060 973. Text 84850. Email nick@lbc.co.uk. And if you're on Twitter, it's @LBC. I was in Brighton just the other day, and I went to a restaurant down there. And it's the same as the other couple of restaurants that I've been in lately. They ain't got the staff. And a very harried, I mean, I assume that they were the owners who had been, called out of their relaxing day to lend a hand because they didn't have the staff. I went to a top person's store in a posh area of London. Why they let me in, I have no idea. But it's a store that's famous for its service. I mean, they have so many, used to have so many people work there. It was just like a blizzard of people in uniform trying to attend to your every need. But not no more. They ain't got the staff no more. It was comical. It was like they threw open the doors at the back of the shop where the bins are, and just asked anybody that happened to be hanging around there if they were busy and wouldn't mind helping out on the cheese counter. I've never seen anything like it in that place. It was just, it was like, where did you get these people from? And why aren't there enough of them? Oh, yeah, that's right. Can't get the staff. Even the most famous shop in London can't get the staff. So what chance do the rest of us got? Colchester. Hello, Joel. Joel.
Hi there.
Hello there.
How you doing?
Great, mate.
Fantastic. So I was listening to you. Bear with me. I finished work and I was in the taxi on the way home, and I was listening to another call on the line with you from was it Saudi Arabia? He said.
Well, he'd been through Saudi Arabia. He wasn't calling from there.
Been through Saudi Arabia. So my personal issue was that he was partly correct, and something you touched on was the whole job market and how there's not that many people unemployed, but from...
Not long-term unemployed. I mean, a healthy economy always needs a certain amount, like 3%, 4%, something like that, unemployed, like a pool of talent to pick from. I'm talking about long-term unemployed.
So in the UK, if you're talking about 4% unemployed, that's 3 million people unemployed.
Right, yeah, but not long-term unemployed. I mean, they may be unemployed today, but they may get a job tomorrow.
Unemployed. That's fair enough. But long-term or short-term unemployed, there's, 4 to 5% unemployed at the current rate at the moment. And if you're talking about the whole of the UK, that's, 70 million people. So that's approximately 3.2 million people unemployed.
No, but it's not. It's the percentage of people who are able to do
people unemployed,
able to do work. You can't count 2-year-olds or 102-year-olds.
Yeah,
but anyway, let's not get bogged down.
You're not counting 2-year-olds or 3-year-olds. You're counting people that are of working age and can work. So throwing out that, you can't count 2-year-olds or 3-year-olds, where you're going to put that up to like 10, 12, 13%.
All right, well, okay, all right. Time's ticking on, so let's not get bogged down in statistics. What's your point?
The point is, so I'm English, and my point is, English people are incredibly entitled, incredibly lazy, and I'm with you on the whole...
compared to what? Compared to who?
Compared to Europeans, compared to people from the continent. Like, I have no issue with them at all. I think they work a lot harder than English people do. I think they're willing to put up with a lot more than English people do.
I'm not sure that's true.
There's not enough... Really?
Well, what evidence do you have of that?
Working with people from many nationalities over many years in hospitality. So I'm going on the hospitality industry.
Right. Well, that's a specific business that we don't really like doing. But that doesn't mean to say that we don't work hard as a country.
It also accounts to over 50% of the workforce in the UK. So you mentioned earlier with regards to HGV drivers. Yes, a specialist sort of specialist job. It costs a lot of money to get an HGV license.
Yeah.
Why is the UK? Why are the governments, whoever they are, not offering courses to make the British people able to do these jobs on their leave? So one of the biggest things for me was my partner earns a lot more money than I do. But she would be better off going on benefits. We've had this discussion. She'd be better off going on benefits instead of going back to work. Now she's had a child because of what's offered.
Why don't you go on? If she earns more than you, well, then surely you would be better off going on benefits.
Because I'm not a lazy English person. I want to work. I don't want to have everything handed to me on a plate.
No, but that's not the point. You said she would be
technically a single male, so I am not technically better off. But because she has a child, she'll be better off. And that comes down to things with regards to childcare. And you mentioned to the other guy that I listened to, how do we change this? What's the changes? Well, don't give people money to spend on things that aren't important. So you take a percentage of what the benefits are, you say that is solely for things like childcare, so someone can go out and work and or earn more money at a workplace.
Yeah, that doesn't seem like a sensible solution to make this.
Why not?
To make benefits even more complicated to dole out than they are now.
Not really.
Yes, really. That was the whole point of universal credit, to make it more simple.
Oh, universal credit made it incredibly more complicated. It was much more simple. I've been on benefits a few times over the years, and universal credit was way more complicated than...
Okay, all right. But to cut to the nub, your solution is to make people so poor on benefits that they have to do any job that's going just to survive.
Any job that's going with the minimum wage, so that they don't survive, so they actually get out to work and they get all those benefits from working instead of just reaping money.
We come back again to we don't have a long-term unemployment problem in this country. So you're trying to solve a problem that doesn't exist. It sounds a lot like just lashing out at people below you on the ladder, which is kind of what we specialise in this country. We like to think that people below us on the ladder are the problem. But the truth is, it's the people above us on the ladder that are pushing us down, not the people below us on the ladder who are pulling us down. Yeah, let's lash out at the poor because, that'll work. Thanks a lot, Joel. Thanks for your concern. Let's have Sheerness. Hello, Stan.
Hello, Nick. Good morning. I'd just like to say that most people want a mortgage. If you go to the bank and tell them you're pulling turnips out of the ground, I don't think they'll give you a mortgage.
No.
And foreign labour, they group together and they rent a property between them and they pay like £15, £20 a week rent.
Yeah.
Whereas British people, they have to pay the whole rent on their own.
Right. So
they can't afford to take these cheap jobs. You can't afford to do it.
And neither would they want to do it because those jobs only last for a couple of months a year. And they're in the middle of nowhere where people don't live because it's by its very nature farmland. There's not great urban areas where farms are because there's farms there. So we don't want to do those jobs. And the crucial point of it is, if people from this country did those jobs at a much higher rate of pay to get them to do them in the first place, then the products that they put on the shelves would be too expensive for us to buy. You can't get around that. You can't put stuff on the shelf that is a penny more than than something that's a competitive product, because people just won't buy it. We're very, very sensitive to price. Ask anybody that runs a supermarket. They're fretting 24 hours a day about taking a penny off the price of a tin of baked beans, because they know that if they don't do that and they don't keep up with the price cuts at Tesco's and Sainsbury's and all of the rest of it, then they're sunk, because we won't shop there. So this sort of fantasy about, we're going to double the wages of lorry drivers, and we're going to double the wages of people that work on farms, and we're going to double the wages of people that clean hotel rooms, and then everything will be perfect. No, all of those businesses would go bust because we, the consumer, wouldn't pay for it. So, be careful what you wish for, because people's wages don't come just magicked out of thin air. There ain't no magic money tree like Theresa May said. Hey, we're still not missing you, by the way, Theresa May. Kick off your comedy clown shoes. Put your feet up. Relax. You deserve it.